eyes to eyes. उसने खलीचे ने चार आंखनी जे मले ने उसको दी मारो. And where's the problem?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. All executive councillors, leaders, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This meeting is great, and we will start proceedings with a few verses from the Holy Quran. Please welcome the Assistant Secretary General Ali Jawad Bhai Hansraj with Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد صدق الله العلي العظيم.
Muhammad wa ajal farajahum. Welcome to this extraordinary Executive Council meeting. I'm speaking with the permission of the Chair. Before we hand over to the President, Safdar Bhai Jafar, just wanted to go through a few things so that we are all familiar. That if anyone wishes to speak, then online, you press SSS in the chat box and we will be registering that. If it's a point of order, and specifically if it is a point of order, then PPP, so triple P. Those who have joined here physically, anyone who wishes to speak, you raise your hand and we will put your name down as well. Without further ado, I will give it to the President, Mr. Chairman. Please welcome Safdar Bhai Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala.
Thank you very much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa bihi nasta'in wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ahli baytihi tahirin.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Sorry, President Saab, we have a point of order. So before you maybe start, if you allow, please. And it's physically, that's why.
Okay.
Rasul Bhai Bamani, point of order. Bismillah.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I have 2 points of order. Would it be possible if the IT can put up the Constitution and in particular clause 19.6.1 on the screen?
President Saab, if you allow, may I ask, whilst the Constitution being put up, that Rasul Bhai maybe can read it out, please. Safdar Bhai, with your permission.
Yes, Bismillah.
Okay. The point of order is around clause 19.1.6, notice of the meeting. And the relevant part is the extraordinary meeting of the Executive Council. The Secretary General shall send a written notice to each member of the Executive Council. Such notice shall specify the date and place of the meeting and the agenda of the business set down for the meeting. Yeah, that's the clause which I've just read out, and you'll probably see it on the screen shortly. My point of order, number one, is that when the original notice that came out, it was in time, but the place wasn't specified. So that's my first point of order to consider. The second point of order to consider is the agenda item. Now, agenda item 1, Hayfield, update to the Hayfield project. My understanding, and I think I emailed as well, was that it's a simple update from the World Federation for us to listen to that update and go away. Later on, yesterday, around about 10 o'clock, we got this pack. And in this pack, there's a resolution that you'll be seeking from the Executive Council. To me, an update and then asking for a decision or a resolution, considering that with that resolution, there's just under £3 million that will be also spent. Again, I'm not sure whether that notice and the agenda item actually is, is or could be classified as defective. So I'd like to put that for those two point of orders for you to consider, please.
Thank you very much, Rasul Bhai. As far as the first point is concerned, for some reason my voice is echoing here. Anyhow, I'll continue. It's echoing to myself.
Okay for us. So please, Bismillah, tafadhal.
So as far as first point of order is concerned, the Secretary General did send out a meeting specifying it is a hybrid. We have effectively, it was implied that the hybrid is that it will be held from the Secretariat of the World Federation, which is in Herfel. Yes, there may have been an oversight where it was not explicitly mentioned, but it was implicitly understood because the last meeting that we had very recently on the election of the Electoral Commission was also held at the Secretariat. Considering that, we do believe that the understanding of the members was that it is in Herfel, but there are queries that subsequently emerged. And our Secretary General responded to that by stating that this will be now to confirm that this is for those who want to come physically, this is the venue. So our apologies if it was not explicit, it should have been explicit. The second point of order is, I don't know who told you that it is just a pure discussion. There is a very important aspect, and that is why we call the extraordinary conference. And you did not even allow me to give my preamble, Rasul Bhai, so that when I said the context, you would then understand why we have called this extraordinary conference, extraordinary ExCo. So please allow me to continue with my preamble, and in which will become very clear as to why this meeting is not just purely giving you an update in terms of something, but it is something where the ExCo is supposed to give us their input, and we will discuss it because we have not yet presented the case. So please trust us to move forward on that basis. Thank you. On that basis, I will continue, inshallah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Respected councillors, our fellow community members watching across the world, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. In Surah Muhammad, verse number 7, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, O you who believe in tansurullah, if you help Allah, yansurukum, He will help you. Wa yusabbit aqdamakum, and He will make your foothold firm. If we help Allah, Allah will help us, and we will strengthen ourselves in the belief system of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When we face challenges in our community, society, and globally, we as leaders have a major responsibility and reflect on this verse from Surah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that we have many challenges in life, many challenges in the community, in society, and globally. But if we are to help Allah, which means steadfastness, achieving work surely for His pleasure, remain firm in our principles and values and faith, yansurkum, He will help us. He will be with us. And not only that, there'll be absolute resoluteness in what we do. We are going through many challenges. And of course, as we all know, just as a very quick point, as we begin by remembering the marhumin, that our hearts foremost go to the people in Gaza who are unfortunately in very difficult moments right now in the need of our prayers and support. And I would like to take this opportunity of thanking the community for the tremendous generosity that has been provided to the world most vulnerable in society, for those who have lost their lives, and for all our marhumin, and particularly the founding father of the World Federation. Can I kindly request all councillors to recite Surah Fatiha, Al-Fatiha. I can assure you, it gives us no joy to organize a hybrid ExCo For I myself am in Dubai with the office bearers and a few councillors who have joined us at the W House in Harefield. It is tough on a Saturday where you leave your families, which is a family day. And apologies for having started a little late because of various logistical issues and people trying to join in with challenges. And these things are part of the challenges of hybrid. We would hate encouraging hybrid only if absolutely necessary. That is why we have an ExCo in December. But you must have thought, and as Rasul Bhai, you rightly did ask the question, that why are we calling you today on a Saturday to deliberate on an extraordinary ExCo with 2 agenda items? Nobody takes joy in that. It is because you are the governing body that acts between the conferences, that provides input and guidance to the office bearers when there are challenging matters and when there are matters that require urgency. That is why both these items need your input and your views and your observations. And that is why we have had to call this meeting. There are 2 agenda items as we have specified. The first is the update on the Harefield property development. And there is a reason why we have called you, because you may recall last time when there was a meeting, despite taking legal advice, we were told the trustees could make that decision to remove any ambiguity for the best governance, and with all the discussions that came into the ExCo in June, we genuinely feel and continue to feel that we must come back to the ExCo when we make any such decisions, particularly when it is to do with such projects. And that is why we have called you. So we will begin with this first agenda item. And then, inshallah, once we have completed that with a short break, we will discuss the legal update. And that is of paramount importance. We could have waited for Karachi, but it will be too late. For next week on Monday, we as the trustees and the office bearers of the World Federation are appearing in the UK High Courts, where the trial begins next Monday. So that is why it was important for us to seek your input in both these areas of work. Our duty is to work in the best interest of the charity, for the pleasure of Allah, with the vision and mission statement that we exist to serve. I am now reminding myself, and I repeat, I am reminding myself and all councillors that let us make sure that our meeting deliberations are done with mutual respect, that our tone is controlled, our words, our demeanor, and the content we speak is with wisdom. We may disagree, no problem, but we should talk with each other with utmost respect. And I'm reminding myself, as well as you all, in line with the verses of the Quran, Udu ila sabili rabbika bil hikmati wal mau'iza, when you are enjoining the mission of God, and I believe this is the mission of God because we are all serving for His pleasure. That is why you all have left your Saturdays to be here. Allah says, do it with wisdom, wal mau'izatil hasana, with good words, with words that make sense. Wajadilhum billati ahsan. You may debate, you may argue, you may disagree, no problem, but do it in the best of manner. We pride in our democracy. We should maintain the decorum of this house and the ethos, and I have no doubt that you will support me as the chair to move through in a harmonious way, however much we may agree or disagree with the 2 issues at hand. I will now begin with the first issue and give a very quick preamble before I ask the treasurer to come in and provide a more detailed technical input with respect to the Harefield update. Alhamdulillah, the community achieved a major milestone in October 2022 in the history of the KSIMC globally. The KSIMC of London Hujjat acquired Wildwater Place in Harefield, UK, a business park which consists of 3 well-established buildings: the Musgrave House, which is now the WF House, where the meeting is currently taking place on a hybrid basis, Chaplain House, which is opposite the WF House, and Norgine House, which is on the right-hand side of the WF House, for those who are there. And for those who are there at the conference, the WF provided an advance of £8.1 million to assist Hujjat to purchase this complex. Hujjat and WF entered an agreement to give Hujjat options in the future to either sell Musgrave House to WF, and WF the subsequent option to buy Musgrave House, or alternatively, the advance funds are returned to the World Federation. In the interim, Hujjat have granted WF a short-term lease for Musgrave House, from where we are already operating, and our secretariat and ICARE, the International Center of Advanced Islamic Research, has already commenced its activities. At the June 2023 WF ExCo, the councillors welcomed this great initiative, but felt that it was important and essential that ExCo provides its explicit blessings and approvals before the office bearers proceed with any such initiatives. Therefore, a resolution regarding Musgrave House was passed, proposed by Africa Federation and supported by the Council of European Jamaats, where this house gave the office bearers the mandate to negotiate and agree terms with the KSIMC of London for a long-term lease or freehold arrangements relating to the Musgrave House, Wildwater Place, Harefield, Uxbridge. Our last ExCo in June, as well as the extraordinary constitutional conference, was held at this house. And alhamdulillah, we have also, as I said, moved our secretariat and the iCare into this house. Since then, Hujjat has come back to us recently after seeking a mandate from their own general body through the special general meeting that they held recently with a proposal which we, the office bearers, feel is in the best interest of both the charity as well as the community in London. However, we would want the input and the support and the approval of this ExCo so that we can move on with this requirement, and hence the urgency, because Hujjat needs that decision yesterday. ASAP, by that I mean. I will now therefore invite our Assistant Treasurer, Brother Sajjad Rajan, to provide details of this proposal from Hujjat. So I'll appreciate if Sajjad can come in. Thank you very much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thanks, After Bhai, and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I appreciate some of you may not have had a chance to go through the pre-read that went out, as Rasul Bhai mentioned just yesterday. So we'll discuss that now in more detail and thereafter open the floor for any comments or questions. I appreciate President has mentioned a few of the points, but for completeness, I'll go through the background first and then explain the proposal and the benefits to WF for accepting that proposal. So if we start with the background, in early October 2022, the KSIMC of London...
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Chairman, we have from Shahid Murji a point of order, if you allow.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Pramukh Sahib, I had a point of order. Maru Uchelek Nanu concern to I'm on the same line with Rasul Bhai. You know, Aje Jare Ape koi meeting ni, Aje kahe kehwat છે કે જે લખેલું હોય ઈ વંચાય. હવે ઈ નોટિસ clear નથી ને કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન સાથે ઓનલાઈનમાં નથી. હવે મારી વરી શું છે કે જે અજેન્ડા હતું ઈ અપડેટના બારામાં હતું ને અત્યારે આપણે જ્યારે આ મીટિંગ કન્ડક્ટ કરે છે એમાં નથી લાગતું કે 50% એ કાઉન્સિલર્સ આપણે મોજૂદ હશું. તો તમને લાગે છે ઈ સહી છે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ કે આપણે કન્ટિન્યુ કરે ડિસિઝન લેવા ઉપર આ ચીજ ઉપર વાઇલ સેક્રેટરીએટથી ભૂલ થઈ ગઈ હતી નોટિસમાં? મારો એક રાય હતી કે અગર માનો ને આ હાઉસ અગર માને તો આપણે આ જે ખાલી અપડેટ ઉપર વિચાર કરે ને પછી ડિસિઝન ઉપર કરાચીમાં નહીં તો પછી બીજી એક્સ્ટ્રાઓર્ડિનરી મીટિંગનો ટાઈમ આપીને પ્રોપર રીતે કામ કરે તો બધા કાઉન્સિલર્સ ઓન બોર્ડ હોય તો કાલે પાછો બીજું કાંઈ ક્વેશ્ચન ના આવે એના ઉપર. આસન.
શાહિદ ભાઈ, થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. આપને સારું હાજરી છે આજે, પણ સેક્રેટરી સાહેબ એનો જવાબ દેશે. અને કરાચીમાં મને નથી લાગતું કે આજથી વધારે કાઉન્સિલરો આવશે, કારણ કે એ ટાઈમ એવું છે કે બધા માટે મુશ્કેલ છે આવા. પણ બહરહાલ અમે મજબૂરીથી, કારણ કે ઇલેક્શન આવે છે તો અમને એક્સકો બોલાવવું પડે છે ડિસેમ્બરમાં ક્રિસમસના ટાઈમે. આ મેટર ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે. હુજ્જત જમાત અમારી વન ઓફ ધ લાર્જેસ્ટ ગ્લોબલ જમાત છે. એ લોકોની અર્જન્સી છે એટલે અમે આ મીટિંગ બોલાવ્યા છો. ને તો અમે ક્યાં માટે મીટિંગ બોલાવે કોબરી જાતે. આ પ્રોજેક્ટ જરા અમે સાંભળો, અમે આખું પ્રેઝન્ટ કરે, પછી તમારો ફેસલો છે. તમે લોકોને કોઈ નથી કરવું તો નહીં કરે, તમે લોકો કહેશો કરો તો કરશો. લેટ ધી ડેમોક્રેસી ઓફ ધીસ હાઉસ પ્રિવેલ. સો આઈ સજેસ્ટ લેટ અસ કન્ટિન્યુ. સજાદભાઈને ટાઈમ આપો, એનું પ્રવચન કરી નાખે, તમે લોકોને બધાને બોલવાનો મોકો મળશે, ત્યારે તમને પોઈન્ટ ઓફ ત્યારે તમારું જો વ્યૂ હોય તો તમે પછી પ્રેઝન્ટ કરી શકો છો. યા તો ઓન ધેટ બેસિસ આઈ વિલ આસ્ક સજાદ ટુ કન્ટિન્યુ. થેન્ક યુ.
હું ખાલી એક ચીજ પણ અપડેટ કરું કે જે કોરમ જે છે is quite significant. We are just shy of 40, high 30s much here, including people here. So that's not something low from a 60 plus executive council maximum. Thank you. Asantum. Bismillah.
So continuing from the background, so in early October last year, KSIMC of London, also known as Hujjat, acquired this business park that we're in right now, known as Widewater Place. For those who've been here, know that as you drive in, you have the building on the right, known as Musgrave House, and then you have a building on the left, known as Chaplin House, and then straight down you have Norgine House. Obviously, Musgrave House was renamed WF House, but for the purpose of this discussion, we will keep to Musgrave House just to avoid any confusion. So the WF were instrumental in assisting Hujjat to acquire Widewater Place by providing an advance of 8.1 million, thanks to its generous donors. And as part of this, Hujjat and WF entered an agreement whereby Hujjat had the option to sell Musgrave House to the WF, and WF had the option to buy Musgrave House. The key point here is that there were two separate options, and either party could choose not to execute their option. Of course, if they did choose to do that, then the advance funds would be returned. Also in the interim, WF was granted a lease by Hujjat to occupy Musgrave House. Then we come to the ExCo that took place here in June 2023, where this was discussed at great length and a resolution was passed. We'll remind ourselves on that resolution, which states, "It is hereby resolved that the office bearers of the World Federation of KSIMC are given the authority to negotiate and agree terms with the KSIMC of London for a long-term lease or freehold arrangement relating to Musgrave House, Widewater Place," and then it provides the address, Moorhall Road, etc. It goes on to say the agreement will be presented to the Executive Council for ratification. If we move on to the next slide, this discusses the key principles of Hujjat's proposal, and which is the crux of this agenda item. Very recently, Hujjat had their SGM, and they have come to us with the following proposal. And given the sentiments of the House in June, we felt it would be necessary to bring the proposal to the ExCo. And the key principles of this proposal are that the original agreement will be amended to reflect the option on Chaplin House instead of Musgrave House. WF will enter a new lease on the ground floor of Chaplin House, rent-free. WF will commit a further advance or donation of up to 2.9 million, subject to receiving adequate funding, i.e. in terms of rent, donations, etc. The advance will be reduced by rental income achieved from Chaplin House and any other income earned at Chaplin House. A few points to note, however, are that the building is currently part rented, and therefore WF cannot take the whole building straight away, but would take on leases as they become vacated. For any lease spaces, there will be a service charge, which is standard for any shared rental space. WF would be involved in decision-making with Hujjat around lease extensions, renegotiations, and new leases. Effectively, there will be a say in future income. Now, the next slide highlights why we would bring this proposal to the ExCo. Of course, it aids Hujjat's Harefield development and finance plans, but for WF, what are the benefits? So I'll go through them one by one. We have a better quality building that will require minimal improvement costs. There would be immediate rental income. And because the building is already part occupied, the tenants will pay their share of service charge, and therefore WF's share is comparatively less. In fact, all costs in general naturally will be less, as there is less responsibility on things like light, heat, maintenance, etc. There will be circa 8,000 square foot for WF to occupy initially, and more space will then become available as the tenant leases end. These can be released, or WF can use it for their purposes. The advantage here is that WF can incrementally grow its activities in the building as needed. And if we try and compare like for like, then Chaplin House is approximately 7,000 square foot larger than Musgrave House. If we move on, where do we go from here? Well, first we would like a new resolution from the ExCo. This will enable us to then agree a memorandum of understanding between WF and Hujjat. This MOU will be subject to due diligence, of course, which will include carrying out evaluation and a building survey. We'll, of course, meet all our compliance requirements, and once satisfied, we would amend the existing agreement to reflect the option on Chaplin House. And finally, a new lease would be entered for Chaplin House. And it's important to know that all of this is subject to Hujjat receiving the required consents for development. It goes without saying that if that is not achieved, the status quo remains. So in order to proceed, we have proposed a draft resolution in the pre-read, but I will check with the chair whether we should do this now, or does he want to open the floor for any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sajjad, for the update. I suggest let's get the councillors' input before we move to the resolution. Suffice to say that we will need a resolution, a new resolution after discussions. If there is consensus that we should be moving forward and giving Hujjat that opportunity to for us to, as office bearers, to negotiate. So I think I will allow now the floor to be open for comments, questions, observations. I will rely on the Secretary General to help me speak.
So, Zahir Abbas by Kimji, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, rahmatullah.
So just there was this, I'll not waste time with Kemcho and all that. I'll go to the slide, you know, there was written there that it will be rent free, and then there's a place where it's written there will be a donation. So I'm not clear, is it rent free? And if it is rent free, then what are we donating for? Secondly, the treasurer or assistant treasurer said that there is some, what do you call it, approval that is still subject to be given to Hujjat by the council or whatever of the government. So I'm not clear on those 2 points. If you could just clarify for me, thank you.
I suggest we take a few questions and then we can collectively answer them.
Salim Bhai Rahmatullah, Bismillah. Bismillah. Okay. Just sorting the mic out. A few seconds. Bismillah. There. It's coming. No?
Assalamu alaikum, Pramukh Sahib. This is not really a question, it's more of an input. I think we should definitely support this. As you've seen, the value and the benefit when we were here at the ExCo and the conference, and some of the work that the World Federation is intending to do in this house. This is going to be our flagship project for the Khoja community. And I think space is going to be an issue. You will see as we grow. At the moment, we think that this place is big, but trust me, we need to think big. As a community, we need to keep thinking big. And by moving to the other place, I think it's great value for us. And I think we should support this project. So definitely you have our support as the region. And I think the rest should trust us on this one, because we are the closest to this project, because it falls within our region. So help us in making this, to realize this dream that we have for the entire world. This is not just for this region, this is for the whole world. This is a pride for our Khoja community. So let's work on this and make sure this happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salim Bhai. I suggest we continue a few more.
Bismillah. On Ali Bhai Khalfan. On Ali Bhai Tamecho. Let's do like this. We go to Arif Bhai Jaxi and we note. Okay.
Sorry,
Bismillah. On Ali Bhai, Bismillah.
Mr. Chairman, I was muted, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, my question is that...
Sorry, Onali Bhai, we recognize your voice. We are close to you always. But if you can put the video on, please. Bismillah.
Thank you.
Asante.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. I should have switched on. My question is that the presentation which was made by the Assistant Treasurer enlightened us to some extent. And my question is, did World Federation engage any consultant or management company to actually look into these proposals? And therefore, these proposals that were just read out to us was from a professional company or professional person. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we take another one?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Let's take one more.
Okay. Arif Bhai Jaxi, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My question is on the key principles of Hujjat's proposal. Wanted to get clarity on the WF will commit a further advance donation of up to 2.9 million pounds. Is that in addition to the 8 million that was already passed here by the body, and then subject to receiving adequate rent and donations? So is that for a future rent and donations? Just wanted clarity on that line, please.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, how many more people do we have right now?
Mr. Chairman, we have only one person who has asked more, and that is Ghulam Abbas Bhai Najafi. Shall we take that as well, inshallah? Yes. Ghulam Abbas Bhai, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. My question was very similar to President Arif Bhai has already asked that. But my second part was that by moving to the Chaplain House, World Federation would be occupying just one ground floor as opposed to the occupying now the full building. And as other leases become either the end or become for renewal, World Federation will be able to occupy further space. That's my question. Thank you.
Asante. Mr. Chairman, we have one more person if you want, or if you want to start, and then we give more people to come.
One more person, because all questions can be answered together.
Okay. So what we will do is we'll take one more person, and then we will definitely, so that there is a reasonable group. Mohsin Bhai Kanji, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Thank you for bringing this matter back to ExCo. Look, a lot has been said. I'll just reverberate. I think we must be careful here in terms of the notice of the agenda for the business that has been set, the adequacy of that, because it simply does say update. I think it catches councillors off guard. There are some major decisions to be made. It does seem to be, in my view, misleading and open to challenge. The SG is also sort of said they're in the high 30s, but we do have a contingent of 71 councillors, which means we are in and about half of that. Now, I know you've expressed an opinion, but I just wanted to give that preamble before I put some of my questions and my points regarding the proposal that has been put forth. And perhaps, as you are aware, from our last joint sort of sitting across the table in June, I do try and be practical in terms of how we can move forward as opposed to getting into a long and lengthy debate. If I may start by suggesting that I don't think that a decision needs or can or should be made today, other than as part of your update to the ExCo, you simply say that under the circumstances that are prevailing, the ExCo that gave you a power to go and proceed to a long-term lease is at the moment being put on hold. And I don't think there's anything further we need to do at this stage. And the reason I say that, to move things forward in a more pragmatic way, is because you were given that authority. If it's not plausible or possible at this time, then simply put it on hold. And in addition to what I have said about my concerns about this being possibly open to challenge and or misleading in terms of the sufficiency of the agenda itself, I also think there are going to be lots of questions around the sufficiency of the due diligence that has been done. Is there a clear, concrete plan before ExCo? When there are questions around whether the valuation has been conducted, the questions about structural surveys, the questions, I mean, we haven't seen a cash flow. What are the ongoing costs and how will they increase? And how much space do we need and what is our plan for it? What do we, how are we going to live up to these things? How are we going to be able to pay to these things? I say all of this because this is material. I mean, a quick back of the envelope calculation is that this is in excess of 50% of WF current assets. Just the increase, I'm not even going to where we originally were, and there are lots of questions around that itself. So if that is the materiality and the significance of what we are trying to pass on today, do we genuinely really have the necessary due diligence is in place? Now, the last ExCo looked at this. The last ExCo was assured by the then treasurer that there's a lot of due diligence is being done. I mean, structural surveyors, legal people, finance people. I'm sorry, but I have to ask the question. If that was done, then did we not see that the only vacant building that is there on the site is Musgrave House, and that we have a sort of double barrel in terms of the expiry of this permission to convert? I'm sure even the most basic due diligence would have thrown that out. And if we choose to go in a certain direction, then I will have other questions as well in terms of how have these £8 million that have already been spent been spent? Is there a security? I mean, I understand that's £14 million of debt on this entirety of the Harefield project. Do we have any underlying security for? We are sitting here as WF councillors with the best will and intention in the world, but our responsibility as councillors is to WF at this point in time. What is the security of the 8 million, let alone the additional 2.93 million? And this is why, really, I started off by suggesting that given materiality, given some of these questions, given that we're really not in that sort of desperate urgency, because we've been allowed to do something, there is clearly a situation where a development prevents you or doesn't allow you to proceed with that negotiation. Why don't we come back and talk about it more carefully and look at the numbers? Otherwise, I'm just worried that we're doing this on the hoof. We haven't looked at it in much detail. We do not know what the cash flows look like. What are we getting ourselves into? I think in that spirit, I'll stop here, and perhaps if need be, I'm happy to give further points, comments, or clarifications. But that was my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, for your comments and the questions. I will start by trying to address some of them. And Sajjad, you might have to help me with a few others. I will park some of the more technical ones for Sajjad to supplement what I am saying, probably looking at the bigger picture. And then I'll ask Sajjad to come in. Would that be fair? I'm just checking if Sajjad is also ready as I start, yeah?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'll leave the first question of Zahir Abbas to yourself, Sajjad, in terms of explaining the rent-free, the donation, the option to convert, etc. Because I think this was discussed at the ExCo, but I think it's better you pick that up because you'll be able to explain it in a more profound manner than I would. The point of Salim Bhai, that this is the pride of the community, absolutely. I remember Mohammad Bhai Jafar in his comment mentioned that હવે તો આપણા પાસે એક બિલ્ડિંગ છે કે બારવાળાને મોટાઓને લઈ આવવું હોય તો આપણા પાસે એક જગ્યા છે આવવાની કે ઓલા ખૂણામાં બેઠા હતા. So that in itself is a pride for the community. It's World Federation is a facilitator of supporting Jamaats, and even when it came to this project, we sat with Hujjat and said, what do you want from the building? And Hujjat said, we want this, this, and this. And this is where the whole plan manifested. We put a video together, which we showed you in ExCo, that in itself gave the community the whole picture of what the value proposition is. And it doesn't change an inch when we move to Chaplain House. On the contrary, from a WF perspective, it is even a better deal. I will talk about that very shortly. But I think it is forget for a minute, World Federation or Hujjat, we are one community. We exist to serve, to support our Jamaats and reach through our regions. And if we just keep aside for 1 second, WF, of course, it was working in the best interest of the charity, and we will be coming to that very shortly. But Hujjat is one of our largest members, or the largest community in Europe, and there are long-term plans and ambitions, and we can only pray that this center will thrive in the years and generations to come, and people who have been there have said that. So I agree with Salim Bhai on that point. Only by your question about whether we have involved consultants, and absolutely. So Sajjad will give more details. We have involved surveyors, we have involved consultants. This was before we acquired Musgrave House. Keep in mind that when we acquired, or rather we agreed on the option to acquire Musgrave House, a lot of due diligence was spent, a lot of money was spent on professionals to make sure that we get the best of people and surveyors and legal experts to look into it. Hujjat had already comprehensively carried out its own significant survey, which also helped us as part of the proposition. Despite that, for our own due diligence, we did an additional our own reports, and they are all available at the Treasury, which Sajjad can allude to if required. So absolutely, yes, already by a significant work was done to that effect. Arif by Jexi, your question about 2.9 million is a very valid question. Let me simplify it. Okay, the Musgrave House, if you look at the total cost of all the 3 buildings that Hujjat bought, and looking at the square feet and looking at the dynamics on an aggregate basis, plus and minus, Musgrave House was approximately of the 34 million, 33.5 million, 34 million cost. Musgrave House was 9 million. The Chaplain House across, which we are talking of, is 11 million. And Norwegian House is 14 million, plus the other costs that come up, 14.5. So that comes to the total loan of 33.5 million, which Hujjat acquired accordingly through that support. So effectively, if we are moving from Musgrave to Chaplain, there is an additional support that Hujjat would need of 2 million, because that is the value on which they bought. Yes, we have carried out our own independent valuation for Musgrave House, and we are also, as it's written, subject to due diligence, carrying out as we speak the valuation of for Chaplain House as well. But we were very clear, and having spoken to our charity lawyers and legal lawyers, as you know, these days, unfortunately, for or whatever reasons, things always erupt and go to the courts. We were very clear, and we are very cognizant of our responsibilities, and we got very clear advice on if the value is this much, this is what World Federation should buy, and World Federation is a facilitator that could also provide support to its constituent Jamaats. So anything that is undervalued is a donation, overvalued is something that you would have to pay and would support. So we have been cognizant of all those components. So coming back to 2 million is the value of the additional value which we will have to provide hujjat for moving to Chaplain House. And the 0.9 million that you mentioned is still an outstanding amount that World Federation donors have committed, but the funds haven't reached our kitty to pay them because it is 9.1 million. We have already given hujjat 8.1 million. So there is a 1.9 million shortfall that we need to provide on Musgrave plus another 2 million. Now, bear in mind that we have already spoken to donors by the grace of Allah. Subhanahu wa ta'ala, this community, as I said, is a very generous community for good projects. And we have 2 or 3 sources of funding on this one. 0.9 million is something people have committed and the funds are going to come. So that will sort out completely our Musgrave House commitment. And as far as the additional 2 million is concerned, we are expecting right now, based on the rental income that is already coming from Chaplain House, because we have tenants who have committed themselves for at least another 2 years. Obviously, there are different tenants moving out at different points in time. But on aggregate, we are expecting a good rental income over the next year, close to 1 million, plus and minus, depending on whether we take on new tenants, because there was also Ghulam Bhai Nachri's question whether if new tenants come in when a tenancy agreement expires, it will be up to us to decide at that point in time, what do we want to do? Do we want to take a new tenant, or do we want to use it for our facilities? And I'll come to that point, because it is very important that primarily our role is to support hujjat. We are just fortunate that Allah blessed us with a WF house in the midst of it. There was no plan. We were supporting hujjat left, right, center. It is only when certain donors came and said we would prefer WF as a permanent space for the prosperity of the organization, and we only went for 1 floor. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed this community. The ni'mah of this community is enormous that donors said no, and hujjat needed support. So we sat with hujjat and we said, what do you want? They said, we want this facilities. We want a GP. We want a gym for the ladies. We want a place for recreation. We want a whole banqueting hall. And we don't need all that facility. So we give it to the community when the time is right, when the community matures, when it wants to move, when they want us. This is where we will start phasing out the tenants to allow the Jamaat and to continue its activities at WF House. Koij as well needs a place, and we have been discussing with Koij to provide them also an office space as required. So we are working with the community. That's the spirit. We would not have called this meeting. It is hujjat who needs that urgent decision, because they need to make a decision. They have carried out their due diligence. They have done all the work initially. They are the ones who are the pioneers. It is their project. All we are doing is facilitating, and it's optimizing some of our donors' requests that we have always been with hujjat for all these years since last time, and we want to remain with hujjat. So we are finding ways to support them, because for us, it's a win-win anyway. But for them is where we need to support them. The community has already passed the resolution, given them a mandate, and we are facilitating them. So for us to move, yes, so coming back to Arif, by your question about the 2 million, we are expecting around 1 million of rent plus and minus, and the rest will come through additional donations which we will aim to raise. And we have started sounding out to donors who feel that World Federation, if it could raise already 8.1 million, there is no reason another million cannot come. There is the alhamdulillah, the support that you all will provide us. So that's the answering your question. Ghulam Bhai Najafi, your question about the usage. Right now, World Federation only needs 1 floor. That's the reality. We have a secretariat. We already moved our secretariat to Harefield. We have space for conferences and ExCos, as you can see. But most importantly is ICARE, International Center for Advanced Islamic Research. We want to build a studio. All the plans that we showed you in at the ExCo remain in place, and we can very much do that in Japan, but we have no rush. So it is positive that we are inheriting a building which will give us rent, which will help us to pay off some of that outstanding support that Hujjat needs. We will also at the same time be occupying the space that we require, which is more than adequate. When tenants leave, we have the freedom to decide whether we want to move 1 or 2 floors up and occupy that as offices and rent something down, or start developing community centers. Eye care has its own space. We clearly want to enhance. Eye care is already in full swing. We just have events almost every month, and it's buzzing with activities. Alhamdulillah, we just had a major session last week, and this center is blessed by His Eminence, as you know. So plans are not going to change, but it's a frequency of how much movement we will do over the next 2 to 3 years. And we are there to support Hujjat, and we are in no rush really to jump into, but in the long term, it will support the community. So that, I hope that answers your question, that yes, for now, we will occupy the ground floor or wherever there is space, and there is still plenty of space over there, and we have the freedom to decide where we want to move our secretariat and eye care. And then over time, as the tenants either move away or want renewal, this is where we have the leverage to discuss with Hujjat and say, okay, now let's rent it out, or let's use it for community use, be it WF use, be it Hujjat use, probably more so for WF use, because our plans that one Muslim can then manifest here over a period of time. So that's really trying to answer all the questions. As far as Mohsin Bhai's question is concerned about delaying this, look, as I said, for us, there is no rush. We can wait. After we can wait for 3 years. We have got a beautiful building, alhamdulillah. We have paid almost everything, alhamdulillah. We have carried out all the due diligence and the cash flows, and you name all the diligence. The ExCo has already given us an approval that we are working. We have a meeting right now. Alhamdulillah, Amin Bhai, Shabir Bhai, and Salim Bhai, they are all sitting in WF House as we speak, and I'm sure they're appreciating the building itself, and we all are. So that's a done deal. The issue is supporting Hujjat because they need to rush into a decision. It's not of they know the project better. September is there. If he has to speak, I'm happy for him to speak. They are in a rush. They have carried out their due diligence. They have looked at the finance requirements. They are talking to their banks and all the authorities. It is they who have initiated this. We are only here to facilitate, to support them in passing. So if you, as ExCo, decide not to move forward, it is not the WF's loss. It's the loss of Hujjat. It's the loss of Hujjat. Hujjat is part of COEG, and COEG is part of the World Federation. We are one family. So as far as we are concerned, we have carried out all the due diligence. There is still remaining due diligence. That is why we have carefully articulated, subject to completion of all the due diligences. And Hujjat itself also is going through some consent requirements. So it is subject to their getting approval. So all that is in process. All it is time sensitive because they need to start because of the planning permission requirements. The decision has to be made in as soon as possible for them, not for us. We are fine to move whenever we want to. So please keep in mind the overall community. I think I have spoken quite a bit. I will request Sajjad Bhai to answer the rest of the questions, and then I will invite Siten Bhai, the president of Hujjat, who is the executive councillor of COEG, also to probably explain their perspective as a Jamaat, so that the ExCo can be further educated about the urgency of this matter. Thank you.
Pramukh Sahab, Mr. Chairman, Sajjad Bhai can come in, of course, but Habib Bhai Megji is before Sipten Bhai, just to let you know. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. There isn't a lot more to add, but I think I'll start with only Bhai's question, in that how much due diligence and so forth. I think this is a bit of a chicken and egg scenario that I need to control costs here as well. So we can only go so far initially until the House has approved us to proceed with this negotiation and agreement with Hujjat, that we can then actually proceed on the finalization of the due diligence. So we have had a legal review initially. We have got our valuers and surveyors on standby, but these things cost significant monies. So obviously we don't want to undertake that until the House approves for us to proceed. In terms of Zahir Abbas Bhai's question on rent and donations, this again comes down to the valuation. in that if we have a certain valuation that differentiates from the 2 million, for example, we would consider a donation scenario. So whether it's an advance or donation then will be reviewed once the valuation comes into place. But these specifics obviously will go into discussion in the agreement. So at the moment, we're not asking for numbers, approval for numbers and things like that. We're asking, as you'll see in the resolution that I've drafted, or we've drafted, we are actually asking to enter into negotiations so that these items can be ironed out, and then you would need to, essentially we would do in the best interest of the charity to proceed forward. I think that all covers everything else that. Sorry, I see a hand up.
Yeah, sorry. See, my question is, your presentation is written.
One moment, Sayyid Abbas bhai. One moment.
Because he's
Pramukh,
answering.
yeah, I know. Pramukh Sahib, are you okay with this? Before we go to Habib bhai.
Yeah, before considering Zair Bhai's question is not fully answered, maybe I would allow him to complete that, and then we can move to Habib Bhai. If Habib Bhai is okay with that, which I'm sure.
Sayyid Abbas bhai, Bismillah, Asant.
Yeah, thank you. So my question was that see the first line is written is rent free, then the next one is written is donation. So my question is rent free, and for what period? And if it is rent free, what are we donating for? That was my question. So if we are donating, it's no problem. But then where does the rent free come in then? In which period?
So the rent free is the lease that we would take on the ground floor in Chaplain House. We would occupy that without paying any rent. Does that make it clear? And your other question, I recall now, is about the consents that Hujjat need, and that's they've got a lender as such, so they need to get approval from that lender, and Sibtin Bhai is here who can provide more details on that. So they need consent from that lender before they proceed with this transaction as such.
Yeah, that's clear. That's as I'm asking, which period is free for WF to occupy Chaplain House?
So from the point that we move in, from when the agreement is made, we would move.
Till when?
There's no end as such, yeah.
The agreement, basically, we have an agreement that it is for the rent-free period until the option is exercised. Hujjat believes that it could be exercised in 3 years from now once they get the planning permission from the government to convert the Norwegian house into a prayer area and that. So we are expecting it will take 3 years, but it could take longer.
Just for clarity, yes, 2025 is in the original agreement, but that can be extended as and when required between both parties. So just to clarify that.
So then the donation of I want us to be clear.
Yeah.
So 2.5 million we're donating for what purpose then?
Okay, look, I think this to and fro will go on for a long time. Let me, maybe you have now additional questions, I understand, Zair Bhai, so we'll put you. No, I'm just trying to manage the meeting.
Question. 2.5. See, sorry, Pramukh Sahib. Rent free, I've understood that part. So the question is the same question which I asked in the first time, is that the donation we are giving is for what purpose? Okay, that's it.
Let me explain to you. Look, agar valuation Musgrave Havnu ke Chaplain first karo 11 million ni building che which Hujjat bought for, yeah, Hujjat say 11 million ni building che, yeah. First karo ame kal evaluation kare after we get authorization to spend money on that. We did that for Musgrave, so we spend the money, we've done all that. That's done. Now for Chaplain House, apne evaluation kare, and for example 10 million ni evaluation ivy, okay, but Hujjat 11 million package hamari jamaat che. So having sought legal advice and charity, we were told that tame 10 million thi vadare pay nahi karjo, pan 1 million donation de dejo. So agar 10 million value aaya to 10 million by amount de so or ki apne option exercise karne 1 million mein donation aapse jo 9 million hai to 2 million donation. That is the spirit with which we have gone in this agreement. Thank you. I think Habib Bhai, Bismillah.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Safsarbai. You kind of provided a little bit more context to the discussion points here. I want to remind the House that we are one community. We are here to support each other, including like Salim Bhai's comments, trust us. But I want to remind the House that we are two separate legal institutions and charities. Our governance process has to be really robust and solid. I did hear you say that we have taken some independent, or engaged independent consultants with respect to the valuation of the building and survey reports, etc. I really want to remind the House that we need to do this for WF purposes. Okay, we have to use independent legal advice, independent surveys, independent valuators as well. So this way, our governance process is robust. Whatever decisions we are going to make, inshallah, will be based on those. Okay, so I just want to remind the House that this is a very critical step. The other thing is, I know there's urgency here, but whenever we are asked to make a decision, as many of the councillors have spoken, we need data, we need some projections. So, jara comfort hoy ke, we are making these decisions based on this data, the viewpoints or the reports, etc. So, I think the gist I got from the ExCo meeting call today was, you guys need some approval that you guys can continue discussing these options. Once the final memorandum is done with all the data, it will come back to ExCo for approval. So I know we are saying numbers here around 2.9, but that's all subject to the final memorandum of understanding, if I understand. If Hujjat needs an advance, I guess we can work on that specific resolution to give them the advance. The money is not an issue for them. But I think eventually we'll have to come back to the House where the executive will report back with the data or report. So this way we are comfortable in making the decision, providing the go ahead. I think that's the gist what I'm hearing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Habib Bhai.
September, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, Safdar Bhai, first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. As you're well aware, this is my favorite subject of the year. I want to welcome each and every one of those who have taken time to be here at Hujjat Hairfield. Welcome to all of you on this nice, beautiful, sunny day. And on a day like this, you appreciate the surroundings of Hujjat Hairfield, and of course, the WF house. So I'm sure you value that. And I want to just bring a bit of a context for everyone to understand from a Jamaat perspective of what has all happened, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. When we went on this journey of acquiring Widewater Place, now known as Hujjat Hairfield, we are ever so grateful to all our members globally, to the Jamaats in specific, to COEJ, and across other Jamaats, other federations, and of course, most importantly, the World Federation. Without their help, this dream of Hujjat acquiring a place like this would have been impossible. You have not only financially supported us, but even morally, and where we were in two minds of what to do, because 33 million by no standard is a small number, but you always stood there, and we, on behalf of the KSIMC of London Executive Committee and the members of Hujjat, ever so grateful to everyone here who has supported. In all my deliberations on Hujjat Hairfield, we have made it abundantly clear that we are buying this estate. It has 3 buildings, and the vision has always been very clear from the day one that one building, which is the Norjeen House, which is the biggest one, which is between around 55,000-60,000 square foot, is going to be our Imam Barga. It's going to house all the needs of Hujjat, which we currently do. Hujjat currently is about 22,000 square foot. This building alone is close to 60,000 square foot, which means that we can not only grow and expand, which is our need of the day, and we can do everything that we do outsourcing, likes of madrasa, likes of sporting facilities, likes of Montessori, which we go outside the Hujjat building, which we can now bring it under one building, inshallah. This is, of course, subject to planning. The second building was always our vision was to deliver community housing for our members. That was always our vision, and that still stays. The third building, as then when World Federation came into this negotiation, and we are grateful that you have extended us funds to purchase Hujjat Harefield, and in return we have agreed, and the members have agreed of KSIMC of London, to give you a long lease of this third building on the same pro rata basis as we acquired this entire site. And as you mentioned, in the case of Musgrave House, it was going to be 9 million, and in the case of Chaplain House that we're now considering is 11 million. So that is where the vision was, and what World Federation is intending to do in that building, as we all appreciate that World Federation may not at this point of time require the whole building, which is close to 40,000 square foot. But they are happy to be at one floor, and the other 2 floors can be facilities which are very much required for not just Hujjat, but the regional members and the global members. So in terms of, for example, a gender exclusive gym, which is the need of the day, we have to have a library, we have to have a co-working space. And I am very, very pleased here to announce that for those members who are here today at Hujjat Harefield, I will, after the meeting, request to give us 15-20 minutes of a tour that we can take you to what we have developed into state-of-the-art co-working space under the name of Future, which brings entrepreneurship of our community, not just local, globally, into one building. And it will give more and more reasons for communities to come together, to work together, and inshallah, expand the entrepreneurship skills that we have within the community. So that was the vision, and alhamdulillah, we are at that point. Now, one thing which is the critical part here is the loan that we've taken to acquire this site, which is from a local bank, and that is for 14 million. That is the critical part here, and that loan is time sensitive. That loan will come to an end either in October 2025 or before. Why I say before is because the tenants who are there, they will eventually, unless they extend, but in the current economic climate, it seems that it is more than likely that they will either leave or downsize, which means as they downsize or leave, we will not have enough rent coming our way to pay off the co-op interest. Hence, it is important for us to think out of the box. And how are we going to raise money? How are we going to increase our rent so that we can continue to pay the interest that we are paying? And I raised this point last time as well. This Khoja community should realize this thing, that we as KSIMC of London are paying £100,000 interest every month. £100,000, that is by no means a small amount, and how much good work the community globally can make use of, it is for everyone to know. And I reach out again, I have reached out to you all in the past, and I will with this opportunity to seek members who have the potential to give Hujjat a soft loan for a period of few years, maybe 3 to 5 years, so that we can save ourselves from this extortionate interest that we're paying and be able to have freedom of doing what we can in this thing. Finally, point about this swapping. In order for us to understand what we can do to increase the value of the building, currently the building that we're in, which is the Musgrave House, which is the World Federation House, is as such empty. World Federation is incurring business rates, utilities, maintenance, service charges on this building. If they move across to the other building, all of this will substantially be reduced because they will not be worried about the space which is already leased out. So that's a big, big win for World Federation. the winning is also because they're moving into a much better building, so there is less maintenance required there. And they have the liberty to choose the tenants as and when they leave, and as they leave, then they can expand into it. The advantage for Hujjat is that we realize that in order to maximize potential of either value or rent is by developing this building into apartments. And this building, which is the World Federation House and also called Musgrave House, has the planning permission approved by the council to convert it into 36 apartments as we speak. Within the PD, and those people who are into development will know, the PD writes a certain, it established that you must complete the project in 3 years' time and be able to do that all the apartments are ready for occupation. The PD of Musgrave House is expiring in September. I'll be specific, it'll be 21st of September 2024. If we do not start and finish by 21st of September 2024, then the PD rights are not valid, which means that in order for us to then realize the dream of having accommodation, residential for our community, we will have to go through a full-blown planning application of converting an office block into a residential block. And in this country, those who are familiar, you have social housing involved, which takes away a portion of your apartments into low-cost living. So based on all of that, the essential need is that we must make this swap and we must make this decision soon so that Hujjat can go back to the bank that we have taken loan of, get them to approve, do all the other due diligence, and then start the development work to give Hujjat community and the global community for that matter an opportunity to have a coexistence scenario where 36 families are living together under one roof. So that is the whole scenario of it. World Federation may be going by what we are telling them, but at the back end of it, we have done every possible due diligence. We have met the developers, we have met the planning consultant, we have met all the M&E engineers and architects and all of that who have given us the assurance that if we start this project as of yesterday, on immediate basis, we have the potential to complete this on time, and hence this building, which currently you can value at anything, and those who understand the finance will know, if the building is empty, there is very little value of that. But if the building has 36 apartments, it has not only value, which the local estate agent has valued it as £15 million because of the value of the sale of the apartments, it also has a rental income of between 650 to 700,000 pounds per annum. Now, whether we sell the apartments and pay off the loan, or we keep the rental income and raise debt against the rental income is something for Hujjat to be deciding at a later stage. But at this point of time, it is of utmost urgency that the World Federation gives us the opportunity to swap, move into a better building. We move into this empty building, which requires maintenance, which requires a lot of work to convert this into apartments, and then be able to give it to our community members. I hope I've covered everything, but if there is anything that I have, I'm happy to take questions on that. Thank you very much once again.
Ahsan. Pramukh Sahab, we have two more people who would like to speak. I'm also very conscious that everyone who is hybrid, that they can take breaks for Salat. But I have intelligence that Dubai has got Salat time. I just wanted to know if we can do that, because it depends on the conversation per se. But we have three people who have said they want to speak, and I mean by you two as well. So we have Shahid by Murji, Rasul by Bamani. Zaid Abbas, you have said again you would come in further, but let's see if we can have people who wants to speak for the first time. But we have noted your name, and Amin by Nasser as well. Pramukh Sahab, Bismillah.
So I suggest 5-minute break. I know everybody can take their break at any time, but as a chair, so if I can take a 5-10 minute break to pray Maghrib, I can come back. Thank you.
So you'll come for break. Shall we take the questions first, or shall we just wait for the questions to come after Salat as well?
I think it's helpful if we can take a 10-minute break, no more than 10 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So we will come here again at exactly 14:25, inshallah. Thank you. Hasan. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So those who don't have a break can continue talking. Shahid. Salam vipi?
Safi, all right, Chebadu?
Alhamdulillah. So you're nearer to us here, lakini I'm seeing you on the screen.
Sasa Zaira bas iko online hiyo eh? So it's online. Iko online. Tunasikia online.
Kabisa, I love my brother, so I'm telling you I love
Asante
you.
basi.
Shahid, uko sawa? Vipi hizo ma saying nyuma?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Everyone, welcome. Please, if we take our seats. Thank you very much. Pramukh Sab, are you there? And can we just start with Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad? Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Pramukh Sab, if you can unmute yourself. The people who are on the row is Shahid by Murji, Rasul by Bhamani, Zair by Skimji, Amin by Nasur, and Mohsin by Kanji. Bismillah, Pramukh Sahib, shall we start? Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? Shahid Bhai, Zair Abbas Bhai, if you hear me, then you can nod, yeah? Yeah, brilliant, Ahsan. Pramukh Sahib, can you hear me? Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So I think you were not able to hear me. I wasn't audible. Shahid by Murji, Rasul by Bhamani, Zair Abbas Kimji, Amin by Nasur, and Mohsin by Kanji have shown, they have expressed that they want to speak. Shall we start accordingly?
Yes, please.
Bismillah. Shahid Bhai, Bismillah.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ પહેલા તો હું તમને ને તમારી ટીમને ઓબીસને કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેટ કરવા માંગીશ કેમ કે આ ચીજ તમે લોકો લઈ આવ્યા પાછો એક્સકોમાં કેમ કે લાસ્ટ એક્સકોમાં આપણે જોયા હતા કે થોડુંક 8.1 હાલી ગયા હતા એક્સકો પાસ ન કરી હતી તો હું તમને એ ચીજ ઉપર ઓલું કરીશ કે સારું કે તમે એક્સકો પર લાવ્યા તો આખી કોમ્યુનિટી ને જેટલા કાઉન્સિલર્સ છે બધા એ ડિસિશનમાં પાર્ટ ને ઇનપુટ દઈ શકે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મારા બે ત્રણ નાના સવાલ હતા એના જવાબ પછી મારો ફોલોઅપ ક્વેશ્ચન્સ હશે અગર તમારી રજા હોય તો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મને ખાલી એ જાણવું હતું કે આજે જ્યારે આપણે આ મસ્ક્રેપ હાઉસ લીધા હતા આપણે કીધા કે આપણે સર્વે કર્યા ડ્યુ ડિલિજન્સ ને બધું કર્યા આપણે તો આજે મને એ જાણવું હતું કે જ્યારે આપણે 8.1 મિલિયન જ્યારે રિલીઝ કર્યા હતા હુજ્જત જમાતને તો ત્યારે હુજ્જતની પ્લાનિંગમાં હતું નહીં કે એ લોકોને આ મસ્ક્રેપ હાઉસ અપાર્ટમેન્ટ્સમાં ચેન્જ કરવું છે એના પછી આવી કેમ કે હું સાંભળ્યો આપણા પ્રમુખ હુજ્જત જમાતના એ કહે છે કે એ લોકોની પરમિટ પતે છે સપ્ટેમ્બર 2024 ઇફ આઈ એમ નોટ મિસ્ટેકન તો મને એના ઉપર થોડી ક્લેરિટી જોતી હતી કે જ્યારે એ બિલ્ડિંગ જ્યારે એ લોકો લીધા એ પ્રોપર્ટી ત્યારે એ લોકોના પ્લાનમાં હતું એપાર્ટમેન્ટ્સ કે પછી જ્યારે ડબ્લ્યુએફ સાથે નેગોશિએશન ને બધું ચાલ્યું એના પછી આવ્યું એ પ્લાન તો ધેટ વોઝ નંબર વન નંબર ટુ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મને થોડી ક્લેરિટી જોતી હતી ને ધીસ ક્વેશ્ચન ગોઝ ટુ યુ ડાયરેક્ટલી એઝ ધી ઇજાઝા હોલ્ડર મને જાણવું હતું કે આપણે કોઈ apart from that 8.1 આપણે કોઈ ખુમ્સનું ઇજાઝા આપ્યા છે હુજ્જત જમાતને for this particular project ને અગર આપ્યા હોય તો મને જાણવું હતું કે એ બરાબર છે કેમ કે હું સાંભળ્યો કે એ લોકોના પ્લાનમાં હતું કે 2025 માં ઇમામ બારગાહ બનવાનું પ્લાન સ્ટાર્ટ થશે ને અગર 2025 માં હોય ને અત્યારેથી એ પ્રોપર્ટી એક્વાયર થઈ હોય ને એમાં કઈ ખુમ્સનું એલિમેન્ટ છે ને અગર હોય તો શરિયત પ્રમાણે મને થોડું ગાઈડન્સ જોતું હતું તમારા પાસે કે એ ઓનલાઈન છે બસ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ બસ આ બે હતા સવાલ પછી એના ઉપર ફોલો અપ ક્વેશ્ચન હશે આસાન
Ji, Jarur, I'll come back to you. I think let's take a few questions, but I just need 1 minute pause. My apologies because unfortunately I have a little technical issue. I just need 1 minute. My apologies for that.
No worries at all.
Yeah, Bismillah. Sorry about it.
Ahsan. Rasool Bhai, Bismillah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Siptan Bhai, thank you very much for that update. Since this notice was circulated, I was wondering why we're having this meeting. And I think you actually told us why we're having this meeting, is that the urgency is because you want this building for the development purpose so that you can start that because you've got a time to... So that's very clear. And thank you for clarifying that. I have a few questions, so just bear with me. You may want to note them down just to answer them. The 8.1 million and the 2.9 million, that the additional amount that you request, that we're planning to provide, how is that accounted for in the accounts? Because clearly at the last ExCo, my understanding was, but we don't have the minutes, but my understanding was that it's a loan. But it's not a loan because we're getting a building, a long lease to a building for that. So here on the pack that you sent, you've got a loan agreement apparently, and also you suggest clarification on how that is accounted for on that. The second question that I wanted to ask is that, Pramukh Sahab, I think you mentioned at the start of the meeting, you felt that you didn't need the ExCo's permission to expend £8.1 million. I may have got that wrong, but please clarify if that is the case, because that's my understanding of what you said. I, with all humbleness, beg to differ with you on that, but I would stand corrected if you could point to me from the Constitution which clause you rely on for that particular reasoning for expenditure. Because in the proposal or in the resolution that that is attached here, there's no mention of the additional £2.9 million. So I'm assuming that you feel, or the office bearer feel, that they can go ahead and expend that money without the approval of ExCo. So just clarification on that would be very useful. The second point that I just want some clarification on is that on the 8, and this leads from the same question that I think Shahid Bhai may have raised. The 8.1 million that we've given, is there any Khums element within that amount of money? Because, and the reason I'm asking that question is that when we move to Chaplain House, part of that building is already rented out, and we will be acquiring a certain floor of that property, which is sufficient for World Federation's use. So if there's Khums element, then how will you divide that? Because we can't use Khums element, according to my understanding, for investment purposes. So clarification on that would be very useful. The second thing, again, which I think Siptan Bhai you alluded to, was that currently World Federation is only using a part of this whole house, but yet it's paying rent, it's paying rates, paying service charges, which could be quite a high figure, but we don't know that. As councillors, if you could give us those figures, and perhaps if you can contrast it with what we would be paying at Chaplin House, then we can compare and contrast how much savings that would be made. So that would be very useful for us. Yeah. I think I'll if I can, I'll like to come back. But Siftan Bhai, the anxiety in your voice really shown. Firstly, I commend you for taking on such a large project. May Allah bring this to fruition. And as far as I'm concerned, and I think Pramukh Saab also mentioned, it is our responsibility. Whatever we can do, we will do. And the questions that are being asked is just for governance, good governance purposes, like Habib I mentioned. But as far as our support is there, it's there with you for 100%. You're not on this by yourself.
Thank you. Hassan, thank you very much. हमरा यहाँ फिजिकली घना कीदा के चेक्स मोकलावाना छे इंशाल्लाह हमें बदा नोटिस किया प्रमुख साहब बिस्मिल्लाह Zahir Abbas Bhai Khimji next.
Thank you. Thank you. So my question also is similar to Shahid Bhai Murji's question, that if the Hujjat Jamaat had a plan to build apartments and stuff, why did WF move to Musgrave and not to Chaplin House from the beginning? So just reiterating that question. Second one is, until now, how much has the World Federation spent on refurbishing of Musgrave House? Just for our information. And a question for Hujjat, because they're saying that they're going to build apartments. So that includes the current 33 million that we had discussed last time, or that is now additional amount which has to be spent for the construction of the apartments, and that will be recovered from rental from the community, I believe, unless we are renting it out to outsiders. Just for clarification.
Thank you very much. Pramukh Sahib, Amin Bhai, Bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pramukh Sahib, Safdar Bhai, Assalamu alaikum. હા પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મને એમ લાગ્યું કે તમે અમને ભૂલી ગયા છો, અમે અહીંયા ફિઝિકલ પ્રેઝન્ટ છે, તમારા મહેમાન છે, તો અમે તમને સલામ કરીએ છીએ કે ને અમો ખુશ છે આ પ્લેસમાં અટાણે અહીંયા છે. મને એટલું જ દોહરાવું હતું કે આપણે જ્યારે જૂનમાં આવ્યા ત્યારે જ આ પ્રોજેક્ટ પેશ કર્યા, પણ આપણે જોયા કે અટાણે ચેન્જીસ કરવામાં આવે છે, બરાબર ને? આમાં કોઈ એતરાજી નથી, જેવી રીતના રસુલભાઈ કીધા, અને મને લાગે છે બધાય કાઉન્સિલર કે આપણે બધાય ખુશ છે કે આપણી કોમ્યુનિટીની બેનિફિટ માટે આ કામ આગળ વધે, અને ખાસ કરીને આપણી હુજ્જત જમાત છે, પણ ફક્ત ગુડ ગવર્નન્સ માટે આપણને એક ઇત્મીનાન હોવું જોઈએ. કારણ કે આપણે જ્યારે જૂનમાં આવ્યા ત્યારે હું એમ સમજ્યો તો આ જે પ્લેસ છે અને જે બીજી સામેવાળીની છે ઇમામવાળો, અહીંયા બધું સેટલ કરવાનો પ્લાન હતો, બરાબર? હવે અટાણે આપણે ચાપ્લિનમાં જાય છે તો આ તો હસવા માટે, આ ચાર્લી ચાપ્લિન જેવું ન થવું જોઈએ, આ તો ફક્ત હસવા માટે કહું છું. પણ આપણે વાં જાય છે, મારી એ જ એક જ વાંગડી છે, ને મને લાગે છે સવાલો એ આવે છે કે આ પ્રોજેક્ટ હવે મેચ્યુરિટીમાં આવી જવું જોઈએ. આને આપણને સરખું મેચ્યોર કરવાનું છે. જો મેચ્યુરિટીમાં સરખી રીતના આવી જાય અને સમજણ પડી જાય તો પછી આપણે આગળ જાય, આમાં કાંઈ પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી. કારણ કે આપણે જ્યારે જૂનમાં હતા ત્યારે એકદમ યકીનની સાથે કે આ બંને પ્લેસમાં આપણે આગળ જવાના છે. હવે હું સમજું છું કે એનું એડજસ્ટમેન્ટ કરવામાં આવે છે, તો આપણી એ જ માંગણી છે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન કે આ પ્રોજેક્ટની મેચ્યુરિટી સરખી હોય, કારણ કે પછી આપણે જો પાછા આવ્યા પછી આપણે પાછા પાછળ નહીં જઈ શકીએ, એટલી જ આપણી માંગણી છે.
Awesome, thank you very much. Mohsin Bhai Kanji, Bismillah.
Arif Ali Bhai, just checking if you can hear me.
We can hear you. Bismillah.
Thank you, Hassan. I just want to say that I wish I had the charm of Zairabas, because I do believe that he could follow up on some of his questions that were unanswered, but I think several of mine weren't. I hope that at some point we will get some answers to them in respect to observations on the agenda and the attendance. But moving to where I started off again, I think there are two separate issues here, and we need to separate them. There is a sentiment of the community with respect to the project of Harefield and what is their burning or pressing need with respect to conversion and the deadline that we've heard. At the same time, there are certain issues, as now several people, Habib Bhai, my own chairman, Amin Bhai, Rasul Bhai, have alluded to in terms of good governance and how we conduct our business as councillors in fulfilling our responsibilities together and finding solutions. I again reiterate that I do not think today we are in a position, in fact, I will say I would be very, very uncomfortable. I am very uncomfortable, I'm not saying would be, to authorize, going forward and making further commitments and authorizing for a negotiation for longer term lease for now Chaplain House. With the greatest of respect, I think we've done due diligences in the past. If those were sufficient, then perhaps we would not have gone ahead and installed carpets and done whatever we've done in Musgrave House. And it's only been 5 months, and now we've had to come back and change tact. And again, if those due diligences were in place, then we would have seen the benefits that we are seeing today, or being told of today, of Chaplain House versus Musgrave House. So with the greatest respect, and I know we all are, as several people have said, we are all best and well-intentioned here, but we are collective shu'ar to consult with each other for the simple reason that we will come up with different ideas, different mindsets, different suggestions to make sure that we come to the best possible decision. And I think, we've seen that. And I really, really wish we were physical, because we enjoyed that. I think the office bearers will agree, when we sat around in June, we enjoyed that camaraderie, we enjoyed the debates, and it's just somehow not the same when we're doing it online. I come back to my point without digressing too much, is that given all those concerns, frankly, again, and I do know that I call a spade. I think we might have been a little bit hasty, and I think we're again being a little bit hasty. I would be very comfortable if we did a proper presentation, a proper paper, a proper analysis, get all our ducks lined up, and then make that decision. Now, I want to say again, we're not trying to hold Hujjat Harefield with their development project. If Musgrave House is holding them back, this house simply has put a recommendation to the office bearers to go into long-term negotiation for Musgrave House. Rescind it or put it on stay based on extenuating circumstances. But I really, really, very, very strongly suggest that we do not go and pass a resolution with respect to Chaplain House in terms of long-term at this point in time. If you want the House to say, look, for now, I don't know where WF is at the moment, whether it's at Musgrave House, it seems like, or it's still at Stanmore. It has a house in Stanmore. But if we need to move, and there is a place ready to move into Chaplain House, perhaps that's what we do. But I just think that we are not in a position, with all the best intention and respect, to come back here again or come back in Karachi and have this debate again because something else has come up. I think we need to think this through, because there are additional costs involved. There are ongoing costs in terms of gas, service charges, everything else. And there are other issues that we must now address and debate. I mean, and Rasul Bhai has already alluded that 20.1 million pounds has been spent. Well, 20.7 of the Constitution says only 5,000 can be. How has that been done? You know, this House has not explicitly authorized 8 million pounds being spent. There's a lot of talk about a loan being given. Where in our Constitution does the powers of the Federation put us into the business of giving loans? And that too without security. We are where we are, but we really need to think this through and see how we, you know, work towards getting this back on track and think through how, whether we want to get into a long-term arrangement as far as Chaplain House is concerned or not, because we don't even know whether that's a certainty at the moment. I mean, you know, that's just a position on the table or an option to exercise 3 years down the line. That 14 million is, I'm sorry, but ek latakti talwar છે આપણા ખર્ચી ઉપર. તો ઈ જો પેલા થાય ત્યારે તો આ long term ની વાત થશે, ત્યારે તો you know lenders ની approval મળશે કે we can actually then get into something that is concretely long term. So with those sentiments, again, I respectfully implore that we are not in a position to give a resolution for all the aforesaid reasons, including agenda and attendance, that we sort of go ahead and authorize the long-term negotiation for Chaplain House. We can, on what was presented before us, say that at this point in time, not to hold Harefield up, not to hold Hujjat Harefield up, we can move across the road. There aren't significant costs involved, as I think there were for Musgrave. Then, okay, so be it. But are we in a position really to collectively as councillors make some of those decisions you know, without seeing the due diligence, without seeing the paperwork, the cash flows, all the other issues involved, without addressing some of these concerns about giving loans, about it being, it's not a small amount. I mean, I know we are very, very adventurous, and that is fantastic, but we've got to sort of put our feet on the ground. We are a charity that's worth 4.5 million pounds. We are now talking of, you know, 8, and then another 2 or something like that. And I'll just finish off by saying, we are not here to debate Stanmore, so Hujjat Harefield, and we're not here to hold them up. We're here with our fiduciary responsibility as councillors of WF. But in simple mathematics, is if Musgrave is 9 million pounds and the additional spend to convert into flats is 6 million pounds and the total valuation is 15 million pounds in the current environment, you know, are we back to where we were? Should we not rather spend that 6 million, which we can get hold of, to pay off that 14 million and sort of get ourselves out of the ditch? But that's, as I said, Stanmore's not, Hujjat's project is not what is, you know, something that I think the Executive Council wants to deliberate. What we need to concentrate and deliberate is on our responsibilities and for the best interest of WF. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Bismillah.
Yeah, I wanted to see how many more people, because I have a suggested one after we hear a few more speakers, but I don't want to take, because many questions have come up and I think they deserve answers.
Yeah.
So
currently there are none. So seems like questions have come. There are some which make no.
Okay. Fine. Okay.
It's done.
If there are no questions, I would like to start addressing some of these, and I will then kindly request our treasurer to come in on the technical parts of it, the specificities, particularly around the numbers and so on and so forth. Yeah. So if that's okay. Right. Shahid Bhai's point about planning, and I think I'm trying to collect all the different questions that have been repeated by one or the others. So it's not necessarily Shahid Bhai. I think Zaid Bhai said that. Amin Bhai alluded to it implicitly. Look, this is a project that has been unprecedented in the recent history of this community. Quite complex, not easy to digest for everybody. And when we came into this project, or when we were called in, and I'll talk about the Ijaza very shortly, because our involvement came the beginning and September. We traveled with him. there was no intention of an iota for World Federation to get involved other than supporting our Jamaats in raising the funds. The Jamaats make their own decision. It is not World Federation's decision to get involved in Jamaat dynamics. It is Hujjat's decision to make its own destiny based on its own membership, and the membership gave them the mandate or whatever, and that is entirely in their hands. Our role is to facilitate and support. And Amin Bhai is absolutely right that, and I'm trying to combine, as I said, the questions, because Shahid Bhai's question was, planning, etc. It's a very, very valid question, which has been repeated. Amin Bhai, if I were to address you here specifically, first of all, you are welcome to Airfield. If you had only told me earlier you are coming, I would personally be there to welcome you with both arms as the President of Africa Federation, but I hope my office bearers are taking good care of you, inshallah. I only came to know at 4 this morning that you have come, but you are most welcome. You are our guest. As far as the issue is concerned, the first person who was upset with this request was myself. I said, we have started to invest in Musgrave. We have spent money. We'll talk about how much we have spent. We already have eye care. We did the opening. We had His Eminence's representative who came. Amin Bhai, your name is there as well as part of those who did the opening together with the presidents of Regional Federation on eye care. There is a buzz. We moved our entire secretariat. There was adjustment required. There were HR requirements to give them a notice of a month, 2 months, to provide them the support initially to move to Harefield. All these things take a lot of effort. And then bank comes then back. I mean, our project building day. You can imagine the biggest shock. Shock like But when we sat down with Siten Bhai and his team of 12 people, his technical team, his professional team, his core team of committee members, and we tried to sit and think about the bigger picture of this community. What is World Federation? We thought, World Federation, we have our interests. We need to protect our interests. And I fully agree, no governance and compliance can be compromised when it comes to the charity on its own. We must look at the best interest of this charity before anything else. Absolutely, that is our governance. But as part of the governance, these are our members. COAGE is our member, and through COAGE, Hujjat is our member. So we had to digest that this building and complex will go through an evolution over a period of time. And that took time. So back to Shahid's question in specificity, Pelati plan hatu. Ke je samne ni building che chaplain house ema makano banse. We were told that from day one. Even before we even considered coming in, when we were supporting Hujjat, that building, 36 apartments, actually overlooking a beautiful lake. So it's a nice place to have flats and apartments. The Norjeen house, which is across, which is the largest of the buildings, where Hujjat is enjoying good rent to pay most of his dues, is for Masjid, Imambara, Madrasa, Ghusl Khana, all the Shari'i requirements. And our building, Musgrave, was supposed to be used as a community center where community could enjoy some benefits such as a GP, dental, entrepreneurial area, gym on the ground floor, and then all these things came up about the additional things. So this is where that was the initial plan. Now, when the money was required, it was not easy to collect such a significant sum. And everybody knew all 3 buildings had the permission to build houses. So Hujjat had made its plan, and Siten can correct me, the chaplain Makan Mate Hatu, Musgrave was built for the multi-purpose facilities, library, research institute, heritage, etc. And the Norjeen was for Sharia requirements. And it is in that spirit that when we came in, we said, look, we don't need the whole building. We need 1 floor, probably 2 floors. We are more obviously a socio-religious organization. If rental income comes and supports our project in the long term, Bismillah, so long as it supports the community. So all this started to get aligned. GP house, dental balauche, gym karuche, awak house, awak ma, the building will take care of itself. Obviously, we carried out significant due diligence around it. We came to understand what are the requirements to rebuild this building, all that complexities around it, which obviously we are going to discuss for today. That was the plan. Now, when September, and you saw the dard in his heart today that I have massive loan to play, interest rates are going up. The people are not giving the money that was expected of the remaining. We still have 2 years left, but come 2 years, either we'll have to extend the loan and continue this, or there are other options. It could be challenging. So this is where they expedited the idea that if we can build 30, 36 apartment in Musgrave, because it's empty, we can't vacate chaplaincy. Amat 5 lakh nu 4 થી 5 lakh nu rent આવે છે. તો હવે એને વેકેટ 2 વર્ષનું ટેનન્સ પહેર્યા છે. યુ કાન evacuate તમે નીકળી જાવ, એગ્રીમેન્ટ છે, સામેની બિલ્ડિંગ ખાલી પડી છે. અમે શરૂ કરી નાખ્યા, we will answer the questions, કેટલું અમે સ્પેન્ડ કર્યા છો, અમારા શું પ્લાન હતા. So we were the first to be upset about it. Because we are now told to come out of your house and go into another house. I mean, whatever it is, we are settled. You know, we have managed to collect 8.1, હજી 9 લાખ ગોતવાના છે. તો બીજા 2 મિલિયન ની વાત કરો છો. You know, we are putting a burden on us, etc. All these things came up. But when we looked at the practicalities of the community as a whole, we are all one. This is where we felt that they had a rationale, they had a plan, they brought in the cash flow projections. They said, these are the apartments we are going, this is the finance that we are going to collect, this is the return on investment we are going to have, this is how we are going to pay off. They brought in consultants. We looked at all that plans diligently. We as office bearers felt comfortable that they have done enough for us to now go to the ExCo and say, okay, let us. And for us, it's a win-win. As I said, we get income, we get the futures we talked about. We already have existing tenants. They'll be there for 2+ years. We could renew them. We have enough space to move. It's a win-win other than the cost that we will need to factor. But the overall management cost, the overall service and maintenance is far lower. Even the council tax is lower. But I'll leave that for Sajab to explain. So it was for us a clear win that we can move. So this is why the whole idea changed about the movement. It was planned for Chaplin, but now it is a muskrat, and Allah ni tarafthi, you know, possibly it is possibly good for World Federation in the long term, Allahu alam. But for the community wide, it's a good thing, because if 36 people come and live in the next 18 months, જો આવે રેવા તો WF ને ફાયદો થશે કે people ઉપયોગ કરશે. આપણું research center છે, આપણા પાસે library હશે, આપણા પાસે GP center છે. You know, there will be more movement between the two buildings, so it will provide WF an impetus કે હવે માણસો આવે છે center માં, કે હવે સ્ટેનમોર દૂર છે ને એરફિલ્ડ દૂર છે, થોડું વાર લાગશે. So all those dynamics we thought through, and it was clear that there was more win for us in this context, but for the interest of the community. Ijaza ma, the first thing, because whenever any ijaza comes, and when Stanmore, first of all, had its own meeting, because this was based on the capital project requirement that the region had to fulfill and then come to us, the first question I asked as ijaza holder is, can you separate the commercial component from the religious component? And this is where the ijaza was given of only 14 million pounds out of the 34 million to be raised. Only 14. Both the only house that was given the opportunity, technically it was not specified to Norjian house, but the idea was all Shari requirements where khums can be utilized. We will give ijaza, we will not give 34 million. We give 14 out of 34. 20 million was off khums, not involving khums at all. That was the rationale. Now, when I asked September only yesterday, how much khums have you collected? He said, of all the money we have collected, we only collected 500,000 of khums. World Federation, 8.1 million, we have barely collected 500,000 pounds of khums. Everything else is khums free. So if you look at the real overall picture of the 14 million ijaza, we give probably 1 million, 1.5 million at best could be khums, maybe a little more or less, depending on how we look at things. And everything, by far, the cost of Norjian house itself is 14 million, where Masjid, Imam Bara, Ghusl Khara બધું આવે છે. World Federation activities જોવા જાવ તો majority, more than 60% of our activities are religious based. આખું floor તમે જોવા જાવ, iCare છે, secretariat ના requirements છે, Islamic education, Madrasa Center of Excellence, Tabligh, Alim Grant, supporting ulama, all that itself happening from airfield in itself takes the bulk of our khums requirement, but we have not even spent the khums. So ખુમ્સ નું તો બહુ ક્લિયર છે કે કમર્શિયલ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સમાં નહીં જાય, નથી જવાનું અને નથી કરવાના, અને કરવાની જરૂર નથી. અને સાચું તમને કહું, આપણે ઇસ્લામિક પ્રોજેક્ટમાં પણ ખુમ્સ ઇનફ નહીં હોય, કારણ કે આપણે 14 બિલિયન ઇમ્પોસિબલ છે કે ખુમ્સ કલેક્ટ કરશો. The way we are seeing it, the way things are right now, if we do, it'll be great, which means the khums of the community is actually going somewhere else, but that's another subject for another day. The khums should be coming here, it's going somewhere else, but I will park that for now. Rasul Bhai, you have also, I really appreciate the way you have profoundly presented yourself, that you want to help Hujjat, we want to help Hujjat, but we have to make sure that the governance of this institution is preserved. And we have been through a 2.5 year legal journey, we'll talk about that, so there's no way we want to go through any pain of that in any future requirements. Regardless of that, it is our fiduciary duty to make sure that all the diligence requirements. So I will park a lot of the questions you asked. I think I answered the khums question, the MB and the other questions that you had on the broader base around management costs and cost of maintenance to our treasurer, who will jump in very shortly. As far as cash flows of Musgrave versus chaplaincy, all that, it is, even as an accountant, I can say, and Sajjad can allude, it's a no-brainer for us. Other than the cost of raising the donation, it is a no-brainer. The council tax is far lower. The maintenance cost is there. We are actually getting income to be able to repay that. It is an absolute no-brainer with all respect. But yes, we have to do the diligence. We have the cash flows, and I'll park it to Sajjad to talk about it briefly. And I have a suggestion on the way forward because I can see that everybody wants all the boxes ticked. I think with Zahir Bhai's question, I probably responded to most of that. I hope if I've forgotten anything, Sajjad, I think he wanted to know the cost of refurbishment. I will leave it to Sajjad Bhai to allude to that. We did some refurbishment, absolutely. How much we spent, he will let you know very shortly. And we had a donor who gave us the entire cost of refurbishment. So that also Sajjad Bhai will talk about. Then the issue that Amin Bhai mentioned, I think I tried to answer that. This is our house. We have to now manage staff to move to chaplaincy. It's not easy. It's not easy after using months to convince them to move, and it takes time, people's lifestyles. So it is tough, but we are looking at the bigger interest, and I fully agree we need a closure. I already told Sipten Bhai, once we move in chaplain, we are not going to move back. We have done enough of hopefully benevolence that you will make sure that we remain there, and we have got a surety that once we have swapped and signed, subject to all the due diligences, and we are not asking you to sign on the dotted line today, we are asking you to give the office bearers the opportunity to continue the due diligence process. That itself will cost quite a bit of money, so that in principle, if there's an agreement, you can trust us to do that diligence before we put the signing on the dotted line. And we can come up with a mechanism, and I'll suggest something the way forward, so there's a win-win for Hujjat and the World Federation, particularly the diligence that is concerned. I hope I have answered Amin Bhai's questions as well. As far as Mohsin Bhai's questions are concerned, Mohsin Bhai, with all honesty, I tried my best to answer all your questions, and I will still try again. And if anything is left, I'm sure Sajjad will cover. And I think I completely misunderstood when you said, let's move the staff to chaplain. That's not the issue. This is our building. We have our staff in our building. Our staff don't have a problem. The problem is Hujjat wants that vacated once we have signed it after the diligence, because they want to start construction. They want to start, emptying things down and starting to literally bring in people. We cannot do that when it's our building, and without your permission, I cannot allow them to do that. That's the issue. Moving staff is a secondary point. The issue is that if we have to move to chaplaincy house, they need that house to start development from day one. They've only got 12 months or so to be able to complete. The questions around the diligence of Hujjat, what are the options, is not within our domain, with all respect. It is Hujjat community. They have their own community. They've had meetings till 2 a.m. in the morning, I understand, before they got approvals. They have been through all that diligence and all the questions that we are asking today. Hujjat has been to many, many fold more, because it is their project. So they have been through that. They have come up with a mandate. They did not even come to the World Federation before asking their membership that, can you give us the mandate before we even talk to World Federation? Because there was no point to talk to us if they haven't got the mandate. So they have been through that process. They are asking us, please, if you can leave Musgrave House, we cannot leave it when you already have an enforceable leasehold agreement, which is also where we have the charge of the property if something goes wrong, God forbid, tomorrow, legally speaking. And I think I will leave to Sajjad to explain that. I hope I've tried to answer that question holistically. And look, I don't disagree with the fact that we need more time. I don't disagree with the fact that you would love to see a pack with cash flows, with return on investment, with how much World Federation has will be getting out of this deal, how the move is going to happen, what are the expenses, management costs, so far, a profound professional pack. We all live in a professional environment. We all would love to see that before we sign on the dotted line. But we are in a situation where Hujjat needs a decision ASAP, so that they can go to the core bank as the next option to go and talk to them that I now got the mandate to start my diligence. Nothing will be signed with the full diligence. That I can assure you. It's up to us. If you don't trust us, fine, no problem. We will wait till December. But I don't know whether, and I'm not saying that we will not provide you the pack. So this is why I have a practical solution now for us to move forward, because it's going to be a long night otherwise, and I really want to move to the legal issue, because that is more important in my opinion because of the case. But We are here to support Hujjat. So I suggest the following. And I know that it's easier, and I fully agree that it is far easier to be there physically because you get solutions done quickly. There are allowed 20 or 15, at least I don't know, 10, 15 people at least, good minds sitting in Harefield right now as I speak. The accountants there are community leaders. There's Africa Federation President Shabib Najaf, who has experience in real estate and all that. We have Sitten by himself over there. We have Salim by Remtullah, President of COEJ, Vice President is there. We have all our accountants over there. They are a strong team. What I suggest is as follows. Yes, we have put together a resolution, which ideally we want approved. But I do also hear the sentiments of this house that you probably need a little more to get comfort. And I don't want you to leave this house with discomfort. You are the governing body of this institution. We are accountable to this house, and we don't want to do anything that creates challenges in the future either. So my pragmatic suggestion is that if the team on the ground can get a 15-minute recess to come up with a resolution, starting to work with the resolution that our treasurer has kindly, assistant treasurer has kindly put together, make some modifications where we can give Hujjat the right to continue their work and negotiations with the bank and the others, and at the same time allowing us to start looking at investing in lawyers or whatever additional than what we already spent, which are very small amounts, but will be now significant, and come up with a resolution that provides comfort to Ujja that they can continue. We will also get some chance to be able to give them that leeway. And I, inshallah, give my word that in December at the ExCo in Karachi, the Treasury will provide a comprehensive pack on more information that I clearly hear you all need. Cash flow projections, what we already have done. We have spent, money on the valuation report of Musgrave, all that quite in detail. And now I presume you will need for Chaplain. There could be certain shared resources that Hujjat has already done that we don't want to spend more money on it. We can look into those documents and make sure that we are comfortable. If this is a pragmatic solution, I really feel we need to move forward. If the House would support me in that, and I can see people nodding, I will request a 15-minute recess from the Secretary General so that the team in London can work together. Rasul Bhai, you are also there, all the well-wishers to sit together, come up with a resolution, and then let us see if the House agrees to that, inshallah.
Mr. President, yes, this is okay. However, there are also some answers which Sajjad Bhai was going to give to a few things. So after that, if you can do that accordingly. Please, Sajjad Bhai, Bismillah.
Thanks. I'll start with Rasul Bhai's question on the on the classification of the amount on our accounts. So we've classified it as loans to charitable organizations. So it's a debtor in our accounts, and it is a debtor until the option is exercised. At that point, it would become a fixed asset if we were to take the building as such. In terms of the spend, I just want to clarify that we don't have a legal charge on the building, but we have a legal agreement that is enforceable if the monies were not returned to us as such. But just stepping back, I revert back to the last ExCo where we explained, Zafar Bhai at that point mentioned that if we step back and we look at what we're doing here, we have well-wishers and donors as such who want to contribute towards the project. They could have easily given the money and asked it for it to be transferred to Hujjat directly. But on this occasion, we gave the, they wanted WF to benefit in some way, and that's why we had these options on the buildings. So in terms of spending the money, we could have easily given it, and it would be within our remit as a charity to facilitate projects that we undertake by donating monies that we receive. In terms of the cost, so the refurbishment cost was 150,000. This was items such as lift maintenance, repairs on that, painting, carpets, and so forth. In terms of the costs for Chaplain House, if you look at the square footage, I mean, just a simple maths would tell you that we are occupying 25% of the building, the size of the building that we are occupying right now. So our spend currently, if we were to continue, would be roughly around 250,000, give or take, because some expenses, I mean, just to give you some background, we have halved the light and heat costs since we took over by signing new agreements and so forth. We have reduced the rates by 80% in this building. So we've done work to reduce our costs. So moving across now, if we were to continue that, we're looking at about, I'd say on an estimate, 80 to 90K annual spend if we were to just occupy ground floor at Chaplain House. So I think those were the remaining questions on the figures. And yes, on the refurbishment, we did have a donor, so the spend was covered fully through the donations that we received. Okay, thanks.
And I think we should give the amount as well.
The 150K, the donation? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Sajjad Bhai, for answering most of the technical. There was one question, Rasul Bhai, you raised also, and I think Muslim Bhai also alluded to in terms of constitution approval. Our understanding of that clause is constitution approval for the expenses. Now the constitution as it stands has its own challenges in terms of clarity or lack of clarity on this matter. We took legal opinion on this matter earlier on, well before, after taking office a couple of years ago on this matter, because that did come up that do the trustees have the authority. This is a capital project. And on capital projects, yes, we have a capital project process in place. And this is for Jamaats vis-a-vis regions and vis-a-vis the World Federation. Now, this is a World Federation project itself. So when it comes to capital projects, there are issues that I'm just being a little careful because of the pending legal case, and I don't want to say anything that would cause any issues in the court of law. But there needs more clarity in the constitution with respect to authority of the trustees, with respect to capital projects, with respect to expenses, type of expenses, with respect to donations, so on and so forth. So there has been precedents that the office bearers have approved donation and grants and then report back to the Executive Council, and the Executive Council deliberates, or the conference, and there would raise matters would arise as a result of that. So again, I don't want to go into that in detail right now. Suffice to say that we have brought it to you now. So let us look at it in the spirit that we have brought it to you for your discussion. And I strongly suggest now that if we can take a short break and get a working group at Herfield or at the Babaliyev House to put a resolution together. I know it doesn't answer all the questions, but it gives you a chance when we can send you a more detailed pack in December. But at the same time gives Hujjat the opportunity to continue its process. We are only a month away, well, a little more than a month away from the next ExCo, 6 weeks or so. I don't know how much progress Hujjat will make, but at least it gives them the opportunity to go and start seriously negotiating with the respective stakeholders before they start literally, doing things of literally starting to build the flats and apartments. Some sort of mechanism, if you can work on, I will appreciate.
Thank you very much. Basically, we'll take a break now. We have also from CoEdge a request to come, and I just to come and speak. We have Mohsin Bhai Kanji, who has asked to come in again, and we have Shabir Bhai Najaf, who also would like to speak. Hassan. So just wanted to say that those are the ones which we have noted, and currently it's 3:15, and 4:30 we will again start. 3:30 we will, inshallah. Thank you very much. I said 4:30, I meant 3:30 UK time, which is in 15 minutes. Thank you. Let us have salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
Recording stopped.
we are going to ask for at least 10 minutes more. In Africa, the time for Maghrib has already started. So Bismillah, you can go for Salat, and we will have 10 minutes additional. Ahsant. Okay, we are resuming, please. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome again. And please, can I have a loud salawat, please? Allahumma ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. Ahsantu. Okay.
Thank you very much. Secretary Saab, if you can please provide us a brief update of where we have reached at the WF House, then we can decide on the next steps. Inshallah, I know there are a few speakers that also want to speak.
Ahsan. So, Alhamdulillah, consultation is very good, and we have had some fruitful minutes. And specifically, big thanks goes to everyone who has been here physically. Alhamdulillah, between the representatives of and the leadership of COAGE and Africa Federation, there has been brains put together, and there is a mutual or a pathway which would work. And also Sipten Bhai is also here, part of COAGE as such, so that has helped. And what I would welcome is that on behalf of COAGE, if Murtaza Bhai Kanani, Vice President, if you can come in and start, and thereafter we also will ask Africa Federation that Amin Bhai, Shabir Bhai, that you guys, you two will also come in and add points which may be, if it's not clear enough. And Murtaza Bhai, I will give you the mic, and I know that you also are waiting for some technicals as well, but if you can start. Bismillah, Murtaza Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Pramukh Sahib, first and foremost, thank you for hosting us in this meeting. Without further ado, I'd like to move on to the discussions that were held here at Musgrove House. It was apparent that there's a need and a request by Hujjat, who is our member, and we fully support them, for us, for World Federation to be moving across. The key element in all of this is vacant possession, which we are all cognizant of. Bearing that in mind, after deliberation and discussion, we came up with a slightly amended resolution that we would like to present, being it is hereby resolved that the office bearers of the World Federation of KSIMC are given the authority to renegotiate and agreed terms with KSIMC of London for a long-term lease or freehold agreement relating to Chaplin House or Musgrove House, Whitewater Place, Moorhall Road, Harefield, Uxbridge, UB9 6NS. This agreement will be presented to the Executive Council for ratification. Beg your pardon, there's a slight change which I will present. The agreement will be presented to the Executive Council for resolution. For ratification. Where do you want to add it?
We put the agreement after due diligence.
For everyone's benefit, what is happening here is that the beauty of physical, when people are here, that Murtaza Bhai has just read out, and Shabir Bhai is, alhamdulillah, helping out in just saying that there is a word to be added on. So what everyone is noticing is live solution making.
Can I just add on one thing here? Okay. With your permission, although we are supposed to do due diligence anyway, so it shouldn't appear. But it just as a double olu, the agreement after.
Yeah. So the amendment is the agreement after due diligence will be presented to the Executive Council for ratification.
So yes. So while that is being written up, what I would welcome, Amin bhai, tamne ka kanto Shabir bhai, please, if you can come in and talk about the spirit ke sutama vichar panche ama, because Murtaza bhai I think has spoken on behalf of everyone, but please, if you can just say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Safdarbai jare sharu kera ne, so he was in a mode ke our resolution che, because in the spirit of accommodating Hairfield, we all wanted to do, so he was very firm on that. But the good thing is when he heard all the councillors and everything, so he said, okay, let's look at ke apne be kaam kare. Lokane accommodate kare, and we should do proper due diligence, which is expected from us. And as I said, we don't need to write that. We are supposed to do that anyway. So if we can do this, both, lokanu kaam thi jai, because we got to accommodate them. At the same time, we are doing everything in layman's word properly. So if you can now present it and we can invite. But I think all of us here on this table, we are comfortable with this.
Asan, thank you very much for this collaboration. And so Pramukh Sahab, I'm going to give to you what you see in front of you is actually a drafted resolution which is presented by Murtaza bhai. It is proposed there, but I think that first let it just be there on the screen for a moment, please. Safdar bhai, Bismillah. You have any comments?
Yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate, and I know it's not easy to be hybrid, but I think this is where a good number of people being physically there definitely adds a lot of value, and we should be encouraging more of that. So can I suggest the following with all humility to the councillors, that if we can have a proposal of this in a formalized manner to Secretariat and a seconder, then we will allow for discussion, and those three people who had raised their hands earlier, my humble suggestion is that if you can contribute your views to this discussion after the resolution is presented, it will be helpful to manage time effectively, inshallah. Unless you have a point absolutely essential before this resolution is proposed, my suggestion is that we go ahead and do the formalities of the proposal, and it's there for discussion. Then the three speakers can come in as already you have highlighted. Thank you.
So I think with my eyes I can see a point of order. Shahid Bhai Murji, point of order.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મને ખાલી થોડી ક્લેરિટી જોતી હતી કેમ કે આ જે રેઝોલ્યુશન સ્ક્રીન ઉપર છે એમાં એક નાનું નીચે નોટ છે જે રીડ કરવામાં નથી આવ્યું તો ખાલી ફોર ક્લેરિટી પર્પસ ઈ જે નોટ છે નીચે એને બી રીડ કરવા કરે તો આપણે બધા એક લાઈન ઉપર હોય before the proposal and seconding.
Shahid Bhai, જ્યારે અમે જાય છે towards proposal and seconding, જે propose કરે છે ને, he or she will read out aloud anyway. Okay, barabar છે. Pramukh Sahab, Bismillah.
Yeah, I think it is a procedural. I think if we can, we will definitely have to read the whole proposal, including the small words. Yes. Okay, is there any?
Yes, we have another point of order.
Okay.
Mohsin Bhai Kanji, Bismillah, Mohsin Bhai.
Arif, if I check with you, you can hear me?
Bismillah, Mohsin Bhai.
Okay. Pramukh Sahab, I'm concerned because the debate was going in a direction where repeatedly there's expression about rushing into something long term. And now there is a proposal to put, there is a move to put a proposal on the table without having settled that concern or whether we actually do need a proposal for a long term at this point in time. And I'm a bit confused because, as I've said, I think the debate was around whether there is at this point in time the necessity of a long term, of a resolution towards long term. It seems that we're jumping in that direction without having completed the discussion with which we broke for Salah.
Yeah, look, and I would say whether it's a point of order or a normal comment, it's debatable what you are saying. But for clarity, I would like to say that it is my understanding that when I left with a summary that if we can accommodate both components, the concerns of this house, as well as making sure, as Shabir Bhai Najfi mentioned clearly, that the spirit of moving this forward, they have come up with a modified resolution. And if I'm hearing Shabir Bhai correctly, they've added the word due diligence there. Although we know it's happening, he wants to reiterate explicitly. So in my humble opinion, I feel procedural-wise, we are moving in the right direction. And of course, by all means, once the table is motion, you will have the right to say that people don't agree with that, and everybody's entitled to that. So I think procedurally, I think we are moving in the right direction. And I suggest we proceed on that basis, and then we will allow you, Mohsin Bhai, to give your comments on the resolution.
I just think we might be wasting time, because if we can come to a consensus, then the resolution becomes meaningful in the sense that it is going in the right direction. All that is there in the resolution at the moment is just to add Chaplain House and due diligence. So that's all. I want to say further.
Thank you very much, Mohsin Bhai, for respecting my views. Look, we will allow for a discussion. If you then feel there's a friendly amendment or modification, you are free to express your views in light of the other opinions that also come in together with yours. I will allow that as well. So I suggest the Secretariat moves ahead with the formality of proposal secondment, and then we should allow speakers to come in. And I think Mohsin Bhai should be given a chance also on the list of speakers to comment on that proposal.
Ahsan, so may I say like this, that Murtaza Bhai Kanani, that you are proposing this resolution, and if you, Amin Bhai, please, Amin Bhai, tame please, if you can read out then, if you can read this one out, to tame propose karo cho ah. Alhamdulillah, we have real.
I think he's right. He wants.
Okay. So for everyone who is watching online, Africa Federation would like COEG to propose it and with them in. Bismillah, Murtaza Bhai, that you are proposing this resolution. If you can read it aloud, please.
It is hereby resolved that the office bearers of the World Federation of KSIMC are given the authority to renegotiate and agree terms with the KSIMC of London for a long-term lease or freehold agreement relating to Chaplain House or Musgrove House, Wildwater Place, Morehole Road, Harefield, Uxbridge, UB9 6NS. The agreement, after due diligence, will be presented to the Executive Council for ratification.
Can you please read the last small bits?
Murtaza Bhai, is the last two lines part of the resolution or not?
I don't think it's here nor there.
Yeah, okay. No, it is for completeness. You have read it out. So your resolution, the two last lines are not part of it. So may I just, for complete clarity, that those two lines would not be there then?
It's a given.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't need to be there.
So, may I ask, it has been read out. Can I ask who is seconding this, please? I'm asking for a seconder. So we have Amin Bhai, we have Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi, who have seconded this. So we have hands, and can I also ask that the resolution is still put on screen, please? Thank you.
We can now facilitate a discussion on this proposal and allow people to speak.
So, we have dear brothers who have asked, councillors who have asked to speak. It was Mohsin Bhai Kanji, Shabir Bhai Najafi, Shahid Bhai Murji, Dr. Mulidina, and Habib Bhai Meghji. That is the list. So if we start in that order, Pramukh Sahib, if that is fine. Okay. Mohsin Bhai, Bismillah. You first.
Thank you, Arif Bhai. Obviously, what I had intended to say initially does now take a different turn, but I will at least say that I think my initial statement about vacating Musgrave House has been misunderstood in the sense that my intention, as has been from the start, is that if there is a hold-up by the WF, and I heard the word vacant possession, and then if that's the case, the money is being paid and it is rent-free, then this house can allow for the Secretariat to move across the road whilst things are being sorted out. Because as to my understanding, and it is public knowledge, the Hujjat General Body has not approved the conversion of this building into flats. It has given a permission for due diligences and permissions to take place, but not to go ahead and do it. And so we are passing a resolution. Frankly, to me, it's quite unattractive in the first instance of having this ExCo, because Hujjat don't even know if they're going to get their general body allowing them to do this. They've just got permission to go ahead and do the necessary permissions and due diligences. And I believe there is in the region of £750,000 approved for that, not the 6 million, and they have to go back to the general body. So again, we're rushing, we're jumping the gun. And I really don't know the urgency. My principal issue has been that this ExCo is competent enough to pass a resolution to say, you can suspend those negotiations, and once Hujjat has got its general body approval, you can move across the road. You've paid some money, you have some agreement with respect to a rent-free period, and then we come back and debate in Karachi on how we actually go about doing this on a long-term basis. There are some serious questions that have been raised, and all I see again is a resolution talking about permission pretty much, I'm sorry, but the same mistake that has been made in June 2023. And we're here 5 months later, and I wonder, we'll be having similar debate in Karachi or later. There is also the issue, that, look, capital projects, is World Federation exempt from its own capital projects paper? Yeah, COEG has approved this, Stanmore has approved this, but we're now seeing things like, Chaplin House was earmarked for the conversion into apartments. But we've also heard Chaplin House is rented till 2024, and the expiry of this is or been told in September 2024. Gentlemen, please, these things just don't seem to stack up together. You're saying that's the house that was earmarked for conversion, then you say, well, it's expiring in September 2024. We all know these approvals usually last for 3 years, which means this was known at the time. So, I mean, look, again, with all husn zan and keeping our good governance, in keeping our respectability, are we again constantly rushing into things without getting our ducks lined up properly and keeping on tripping on ourselves? Because it doesn't make sense how Chaplin was earmarked if it is released for the next 2 years, as I heard, and the building permission expires in September 2024. And I've read again and again that, I don't know, and that's perhaps the debate for Karachi, really, and that's really why I think we should be very careful about passing some resolution authorizing long-term negotiation, because how on earth have we given a loan? Where in our powers of federation are we allowed to give loans? What sort of securities are available? Has the lender consented to this agreement that the Assistant Treasurer has referred to? So again, I will summarize to say, I don't have a problem if Hujjat's general body says, this is what we agree, we want to convert Musgrave House. WF shouldn't hold it, shouldn't stand in the way. And in that case, we preemptively say that if that is what happens, then we move across the road into Chaplin. But to then now say we go and start negotiating another long-term lease without having all the work and all the due diligences we've talked about for the last 3 hours today, I find that particularly unattractive, and I would be very uncomfortable supporting that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Pramukh sir, we continue with the next few questions.
Yeah, let us take all the next 5 speakers, please.
Yeah, Shabir Bhai said that currently he would not want to come. He may come in later if need be. Shahid Bhai, Bismillah.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ તમારી રજા હતી કેમ કે આ રેઝોલ્યુશન જ્યારે તમે કીધા કે આપણે રેઝોલ્યુશન આવે ને એનાથી પહેલા આપણા કન્સર્ન્સ હતા તો તમારી રજા હોય તો મારા 2-3 કન્સર્ન છે એના પછી આપણે રેઝોલ્યુશન ઉપર હું ચર્ચા કરું તમારી રજા હોય તો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ
Bismillah, resolution already table upar che. I'm sure all matters are related to the resolution anyway, one way or the other. તો તમને ઇખ્તિયાર છે.
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મારા છે ને 2-3 નાના કન્સર્ન હતા. પહેલું મારું કન્સર્ન એ હતું કે આજે આપણે જોયા કે એ લોકોના પ્લાનમાં હતું કે રિલિજિયસ ઇમામ બારગા છે એ 2025 માં આપણે સ્ટાર્ટ થશે એનું જે બિલ્ડિંગ છે ને બધું એનું જે પ્લાન છે લેકિન મને થોડુંક અજબ એ લાગે છે કે જે ઇજાઝા તમે આપ્યા છો એ લોકોને એ ઇજાઝા એક્સપાયર થઈ છે ડિસેમ્બર 2024 ના સો દેટ મીન્સ કે જ્યારે આપણે ઇજાઝા તમે ઇજાઝા હોલ્ડર જ્યારે ઇજાઝા આપતા હતા સ્ટેનમોર જમાતને તો ત્યારે એ તમને ખબર હતી કે એ 2025 માં એ પ્રોજેક્ટ થશે તો દેટ વોઝ માય વન કન્સર્ન કે શરિયત વાઇઝ પાછો કે તમારું ગાઈડન્સ જોતું હતું મને એમાં નંબર 2 મને ખાલી એક ક્લેરિટી જોતી હતી હુજત પાસે આઈ નોટ શ્યોર એટલા જ હું કીધું કે એ ક્વેશ્ચન હું ડાયરેક્ટ કરું હુજતને હુજત એ લોકોના એકાઉન્ટ્સમાં આ પ્રોજેક્ટને કઈ તામ શો કરી છે ઇઝ ઇટ કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટ કે રિલિજિયસ પ્રોજેક્ટ સાથે કે બે મિક્સ છે કેમ કે મને જે ઇન્ફોર્મેશન છે સાઈડ આઈ નોટ શ્યોર ઇફ ઇટ્સ 100% ટ્રુ કે એ લોકો દેખાઈ રહ્યા છે કે ઇટ્સ અ કેપિટલ પ્રોજેક્ટ કમિંગ બેક ટુ ધી ટ્રેઝરર પાર્ટ મારું એક નાનું ઇશ્યુ હતું કે કીધા કે આપણા પાસે એગ્રીમેન્ટ છે સ્ટેનમોર જમાત સાથે કે અગર એ લોકો આપણે પ્રોપર્ટી નહીં વેચી દે તો એ પ્રોપર્ટીનું એગ્રીમેન્ટ છે કે એ લોકો આપણે પૈસા પાછો વરાવશે લેકિન ફિલહાલ આપણે અગર જોવા જાય તો અત્યારે આપણા સ્ટેનમોર પાસે લોન છે એ પ્રોપર્ટીનું 33 મિલિયનનું જેમાંથી 8 મિલિયન WFIP છે તો મને એ જાણવું હતું કે એગ્રીમેન્ટમાં આપણે બેંકનું કન્સન્ટ લીધા છે ડઝ ધી બેંક નો કે આ 8 મિલિયનની ઓલું થઈ છે કેમ કે અગર કાલે ખુદા ન કરે કે કઈ થઈ જાય તો આપણી સંસ્થાનું 8 મિલિયન પાઉન્ડ સ્ટેક ઉપર છે પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આ બધા જે આપણી ક્વેરીઝ હતી it's not that we are against this project or against Hujjat Jamaat, but we are looking a win-win situation for both the institutes. Pramukh sir, coming back to the resolution, મારું એક હતું કે આપણે એક friendly amendment લઈ આવે and I'm not far from what Mohsin Bhai has just said કે આપણે friendly amendment એ લઈ આવે કે ExCo ઓફિસ ને ટ્રસ્ટીઝ ને પાવર આપે કે એ લોકો મૂવ કરે એ લોકોનું ઓફિસનું લોકેશન રીનેગોશિએટ નીચે વાત આવે છે અને ફ્રી હોલ્ડ અરેન્જમેન્ટની એ આપણે કરાચી ઉપર વાત કરે અત્યારે જે સિચ્યુએશન છે આપણે પહેલા રજા આપી દઈએ કે તમે લોકો મૂવ થઈ શકો એ નવી બિલ્ડિંગમાં ને પછી તમે લોકો જે ફાઇનાન્સ ને જે કેશ ફ્લોઝની જરૂર છે આપણે એ તમે લઈ આવો એક્સપોમાં આપણે ડેલિબ્રેટ કરીને પછી પાસ કરીએ કેમ કે અત્યારે હરીમાં પાસ કરવાથી ઇશ્યુ લઈ આવશે ખાલી એક નાનું મને કન્ફર્મેશન જોતું હતું અત્યારે સ્ક્રીનમાં રેઝોલ્યુશન જે છે એનું નોટ જે હતું નીચેનું એ ચેન્જ થઈ ગયું છે ધ નોટ ઇઝ નોટ ધેર તો હવે આ જે છે એ જ છે ને રેક્ટિફિકેશનનો મતલબ નથી બદલેલું ને એનો મતલબ બસ મારું એ હતું ખાલી પ્રમુખ સાહેબ સારું
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Habib Bhai Megji.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you to the office bearers and councillors for basically listening to all the other councillors because I know some of you are very close to this issue in London, including Stanmore as well as COID. So if you are more aware of the details, other councillors who are far may not be aware of all the details. So that's why we are asking all the questions. I just have one two quick questions on the resolution, and maybe this is just terminology between UK and Canada. So when we say freehold arrangement, do I understand that it is a freehold purchase, potential freehold purchase? Because freehold arrangement, if you just read literally, means freehold, free leases, for example. But I just want to clarify the intention here is freehold purchase. Is that correct? And if we can make a minor agreement to say freehold purchase. And I just want to, for clarity, we should leave the last line in the resolution so there is no confusion again once more. Thank you.
Thank you. Ghulam Abbas by Najafi. Bismillah. Ghulam Abbas bhai.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one clarification. When in the resolution, when the Vice President of COAGE was reading it, where he says leasehold or freehold arrangements, or he was talking about agreement. So I just wanted the clarification. On line number 4.
Yeah, I think it's a similar question to Habib Bhai. Arrangement, agreement, purchase. These are questions that we'll get back to the.
Yeah, just one moment. I think slight different. Ghulam Abbas bhai, can you just repeat that? Is it that you are asking about the wording in the resolution, that what clarification of it, or the reading of it?
Reading.
The reading of it, the way it was read was saying for freehold agreement, whereas what I see on the screen, it says freehold arrangement.
Forgive me, I may need to go and see the optician again. It is arrangement.
Fine. Ahsan, thank you. If we then go to Murabbi, Mohsin Bhai, Dharamsi, Bismillah.
I personally feel that the Chaplain House will be a far better building for the World Federation than Musgrave House. And this opportunity is coming for us to have Chaplain House. Then I think we should grab the opportunity and move into Chaplain House as soon as possible. Logistically, Chaplain House is much, much better proposition for the World Federation, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have now, Shabir Bhai, we have got your name here. And you want to, is it later or? Later. So then we have Dr. Molidina and then Pramukh Saab. It will be, I'll give back to you after Dr. Molidina. We don't have any other questions for now. Dr. Saab, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum, Pramukh Saab, councillors. You'll excuse me as I'm driving on the highway, M25, as I'm also trying to attend to this meeting. First of all, I want to appreciate and admire the comments, the questions from all the councillors, and it's obvious that all of them are trying to work for the pleasure of Allah and for the good of our community.
Sorry, I'll have to put in a point of order myself, please. It is not in any constitution or anything, but when it comes to the safety of mu'mineen and our leaders, Dr. Saab, I M25 mate halai hota. It is not safe.
I'm hands-free. I'm hands-free.
What I'm saying is,
Let me finish in 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Barobar. So I have pointed out, please, and we assume that you are standstill. Bismillah.
Thank you. Pramukh Saab, councillors, I thank you very much for your comments, your questions, and all these are directed for the pleasure of Allah and for the good of the community. Alhamdulillah, COAGE and Africa Federation, who are present physically, made this difference in consultation with other regions to come to a draft resolution. I think this draft resolution is just sending a message to the Hujjat community that the World Federation Executive Council is in agreement in the direction they are going. They've already given the consent to the executive of the Hujjat Jamaat to go ahead with due diligence and go in the direction that we are going. So my humble suggestion is that this resolution, now it is on the table, is being debated. Let us move forward. And if need be, if we have to go towards voting for it, let's go for voting and decide, and we move ahead, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Ahsan, thank you very much. I know that there is a comment from Shahid by Morji about if this was friendly amendment or not. That will be covered when Pramukh Saab will be answering the questions. Pramukh Saab, over to you. Bismillah.
I assume there is no other speaker because I don't want any more discussion.
Currently, we don't have any other. Please. Thank you.
Fine. Good. Thank you very much. I think all the comments are useful, so we appreciate that. I'll try and quickly, succinctly summarize all the questions that have been raised or queries that have been raised. Please just give me a second so that I can see my notes. Yeah. So the question of Ijaza expiry that Shahid Bhai mentioned, we at World Federation never give an indefinite long-term Ijaza to anybody. We always give it for a limited period and we review it. And even that is based on periodic reports. So Hujjat has to provide appropriate reports for the Ijaza to remain valid till 2024 or 25. And when they want a renewal at that point in time, we will carry out another diligence to make sure that all the Sharia compliance requirements are met. That is why we have never given Ijaza on an indefinite period. Every capital project is like that. Birmingham is similar. The other projects, Leicester is similar. We give a limited Ijaza and it then gets renewed. As far as the Hujjat question about whether it's put as capital or religious, this is not our matter. It is a matter of Hujjat. To me, every project, a capital project, can also be religious, because every project where you're purchasing something or you're acquiring something, it's a capital project. But within the capital project, there's a religiosity component. So in the UK accounting standards, this is how it is classified as a charity. As far as Stanmore is concerned, in terms of the agreement, I believe, if I'm right, I just trying to remember Shahid Bhai's other point about, I can't remember now.
Hato friendly amendment ni barama.
Okay, I'm coming. Yeah. Look, what you are suggesting, and mostly by suggesting, I'm at a complete loss, with all respect. I mean, to me, it sounds like tamara makan thi halia job, temporary accommodation. Haja amaru makan che baba. This is a place where we have worked extremely hard to acquire together with Ujat's working and with our donors. We can't move to another building by saying pachi josa sutasi amaru makan che. So I don't see this, with all respect, as a friendly amendment. Shayad ba tamara potana Shabdoti, I would say this is a hostile amendment, but I don't like to use the word hostile. You are free to bring a separate resolution if you want to that effect, but I would definitely not consider this anywhere near friendly, with all respect. As far as Habiba is concerned, look, Habiba, I'm not an expert here, but I have been coordinating with the team to try and understand the definitions. And what I understand is, as far as UK is concerned, both freehold and leasehold are considered sale and purchases. That is what it is. Probably the word itself is implying that the option and the arrangement to that effect. But from the wordings that I hear from the team, we are on the right track. Dr. Moledina, I had already made up my mind that these are the last comments, and there was no other comment. I'm not going to allow any more comments on this subject. We have a major subject to work on, so I will definitely like to move on, hopefully with consensus. If not, then definitely I will ask the Secretary General to start the voting arrangements electronically. So I think with that, I would like to put a closure to the subject, and I would like us now to move with the secretariat process of how to adopt the resolution. Thank you.
Pramukh Sahab, just one thing. Shabir Bhai wanted to come in before. Would you like to come in?
Look,
no,
that's
fine.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I really appreciate it. Jazakallah. Bless
Thank
you.
Thank you. So, we have a resolution on the table, and may I ask that to be up on the screen. It has been proposed, seconded, and I would like to ask if are there any other proposals? So what I would like to, just one moment. So, before we go for if there's any voting or anything, I'm going to ask, are there any objections to this resolution? If there is anyone who has got an objection, please write in SSS or make it clear. Shahid Bhai Murji has an objection, and Mohsin Bhai Kanji got an objection. Therefore, I will be asking that if we can go towards voting for this, because it is a clear hybrid, so we'll have to go for electronic voting. And what we are doing now is we are freezing the room. What does freezing the room mean? It means those who are present in this meeting are only those who are allowed to vote, because those who are participating in the meeting. And as we have done so before and consistently, the Secretariat is looking at those who are present, so that only those will be receiving the votes. My dear colleague from Secretariat will be coming in to explain the voting process. And if we can do this before we go for Salat, it will be much better. And Shahid Bhai, please, Bismillah. We will need approximately 2 minutes before we freeze the room. What is happening now, so that everyone understands, we are preparing towards vote. And we are making sure that we have the right numbers on who will be receiving the votes, both physically as well as those who are online. Okay, can I ask everyone's attention, please? Those who are standing, please do sit down. Those who are not at the screen, please come to the screen. Very, very important, please. I will hand it over to the Secretariat. Brother Shahid, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. I'm just going to have a quick walkthrough of the voting settings before we can start the vote. As you can see, my screen is shared. I'm going to do a quick run through of the settings. So the dates are set so that we have manual control. So the start date is pre this moment and the end date is tomorrow, so it doesn't automatically open and close the vote. In terms of voters, so you submit ballot confirmation is on, which means when you submit your ballot, it will come up with a pop-up for you to confirm your option. So you cannot hit it by mistake. If you do not confirm your option to submit, it will not submit your ballot. Messaging is all default. It is enable email is on. And enable voter login, automatic voter login is on. That means when you click the link from your email, it will automatically log you in as per your email account. Results, hide results during election is on, so we will not be able to see any indication of results until we end the vote. The ballot will have two options: agree, do not agree, and the content of the ballot is the resolution as was shown on the screen. And I will just continue to confirm the details. I understand that I cannot change the ballot. Understand no changes can be made. And I'll just take my screen off to make payment. All right. So it is just setting up. So all right. So this is basically it's launching the election. Within 2 minutes, everyone should receive emails. If in 2 minutes' time you have not received an email for your vote, please email in to Secretariat to advise us, and we'll be able to support you there. And I'll just hand back to the Secretary General.
So what we actually did there was to show you exactly the setup. So basically what is going, so creating a transparent way of voting. You will be receiving your emails now, so please check your emails. As Brother Shahid said, those who have not received an email after 2 minutes, then please write an email to secretariat@worldfederation.org. Asant. I am hearing that people are receiving their votes, so the system is working. And for anyone who has not, please do remember that it is the email which you have submitted as being a counselor which is being used. Asantu.
So the vote is live, yeah?
Vote is now live.
A mic is on in here, yeah?
Someone has their mic on. Muksab, please. We are going to break for Salat now. It is Maghrib time here. And after Salat, we will also come back with the results and so forth. So we go for Salat now, please. And we will break for about 12 minutes, if that's okay. Can I just look at the time? And it's, so we will inshallah resume at 4:55 p.m. inshallah. 4:55. Ahsantum. Pramukh Sahib, is that okay? Can you give the nod?
So 15 minutes basically from now. Okay, inshallah. Bismillah.
La Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Welcome everyone back, inshallah. We shall be starting here again, resuming again, please. With a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Mr. Chairman, I see you are there. I'll give it over to yourself. I think that the Secretariat is ready. I see the nods. So, inshallah, Mr. Chairman, if we can ask the Secretariat to maybe show the results of the vote. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Please, if the votes can be, the results can be put up, please. Thank you.
I've shared my screen again. I'm going to close the election and view results. We have 94% agree, 6% disagree.
Could you please say how many people who voted as well, so we can see what does 94% mean and so forth, please? Thank you.
So out of 33 emails sent out, 29%, 29 people agreed, 2 people disagreed, and 1 did not vote.
And full transparency that we froze the window at that time. I wanted to just also say that there was a question somewhere about how many people there were. Actually, it increased and we were up to 43 people at a certain time point. But when the voting happens, we looked at the screen exactly how many were present. Ahsant. Pramukh Sahib, Bismillah. The result basically means that the resolution was carried. Bismillah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Bismillah, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the councillors for their confidence in the office bearers and trustees to make sure that we are carrying out our duties in the best of our abilities. And we will continue to do that, inshallah, going forward. I also appreciate the collaboration with regions working with each other hand in hand to be able to reach a consensus, which is a good sign in the best interest of the community. It shows a unified front as well. Alhamdulillah, of course, people are, we respect diverse views. Jazakallah. I think with that, I would like us now to move to the next agenda item. And that agenda item is the legal update. If I can request Shahid Bhai to present that, put the slide on the screen, because I have a PowerPoint, but I would like to at the same time have the camera there if we can, the magic to have both, because there will be periods where I'll be talking directly as well. But I leave that logistics to you. As things stand, brothers and sisters, we are heading to the courts in UK on Monday, the 20th of November, for a case that has been brought against the trustees of the World Federation by Mohammed Bhai Jafar. The trustees who are first elected on the 25th of July 2020 include myself, Vice President Dr. Munir, the treasurer who has now resigned but is in the court as well, Zafar Baidat, the assistant treasurer Sajjad Bhai Rajan, Arif Ali Bhai Hirji, the current Secretary General, and the previous Assistant Secretary General, Dr. Bhai Nanjiani. 6 of us are carrying the burden of this community to defend our institution in the courts of law. I want to make it clear that the reason we are going as individual is because we are an unincorporated entity, which means we are not a CIO yet, which means the responsibility and the burden of representing ourselves rests with the trustees. I hope the CRC will in future look into it so that in future, people are encouraged to come and work in the institution without the fear of litigation. Though we provided periodical legal updates over the last 2.5 years in office, it is important that we remind ourselves today very briefly on the chronology of events leading to where we are today. You may recall that we, the office bearers, were initially elected in the interim office bearer interim term on the 25th of July during the pandemic by the ExCo that was held virtually, unfortunately following the mass resignation of Anwar Bai Dharamsi and his team. We took office on the 25th of July 2020. And our role, besides providing continuity to the great work that was done by our predecessors, was to convene a conference that would decide the fate of the disputed elections. And at the same time, hold the fort of this organization in carrying out its functions. We ran the interim term and organized an online ExCo on the 23rd and 24th of January 2021 with one objective, and that is to convene the conference as soon as feasible. On the 23rd, 24th of January 2021, the ExCo decided to convene a conference in May 2021, subject to approval from the Charities Commission. However, soon after the weekend of the 24th, we received a court order from Mohammed Bai Jafar. I will just give you a brief chronology, a factual chronology of the events that unfolded since January 2021. The claim order was sought by Mohammed Bai Jafar, and we will talk about the court order and the details of that very shortly. As I mentioned, our role was to make sure that we go to the conference in May so that the community can decide its fate. And I made it very clear that whatever the community wants, we will respect that. I'd just like to show you the initial court order that we received on January 2021 so that you are aware of the relief that has been sought by the claimant. There are 4 key components here that I would like to demonstrate. A declaration that the election held on the 30th, 31st January for the post of the president was void and no effect or should be disregarded. A declaration that the purported appointment or election of the defendants of the office bearers of the charity on 25th July, which was the ExCo where Anwar Bai and his team resigned, was void and of no effect or should be disregarded. Number 3, the appointment of a receiver to conduct a fresh election for the post of the president of the charity, to manage the affairs of the charity pending the election, and to investigate the financial activities of the charity. Number 4, an injunction restraining the defendant from holding themselves as office bearers of the charity. Further, alternatively, an injunction restraining the first defendant, myself, from holding himself out as the president-elect of the charity.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, your voice is not the best, and my suggestion, you keep the same connection open, but you try to use your mobile phone so that at least your voice becomes clear. So the screen is seen very well, but it is your voice. So in case you can have a mobile phone connection connected to it, if you can just wait for 1 minute, and I will ask the tech to give you a phone call. If you can put yourself on mute, please, and they will call you. 1 moment. Thank you.
Okay, if I can ask if the secretary can hear me now more clearly, hopefully.
It is very, very clear, mashallah. Bismillah, if you continue.
Thank you very much. Jazakallah. So I have read the ground sought by the claimant on January 2021, and that is on the screen right now. On the same date, in January 2021 as well. Yes, I think we have completed this one. On the 22nd February 2021, there was a case management conference at the courts to set the date for the hearing. I won't go into the details of that. Suffice to say that that hearing was supposed to take place last year, but it got postponed for various reasons, which I will not go into right now. Otherwise, this will become very lengthy. Since the matter was in the courts, our QC suggested that we do not apply for the conference via the Charities Commission, because the Charity Commission could not make decisions based on the fact that Mohammed Bhai Jafar had disputed the matter with the Charity Commission. And it was best to go to the courts itself with an application filed at the courts to get permission to hold a conference, an online conference. By the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we were successful in that court, and Judge Meller provided his ruling so that we could move and organize the conference, which was very important so that the community could decide its own fate and its own future destiny. Not only that, the judge provided 2 resolutions for the conference to debate, deliberate, and then vote on it. The first resolution was, it is hereby resolved whether in the events which have happened, it is in the best interest of the charity to hold a fresh election for the position of the president of the charity. That was the first resolution the judge suggested, and he requested that all the members of the executive of the conference be provided a report of the Electoral Commission dated 26 June, and the report of the Presidential Strategic Subcommittee as well, and all other matters relevant to the election. As you all know, that after thorough deliberation of 2 days, the conference voted, and the voting results itself indicate that it was in the best interest of the charity not to hold afresh elections. Thereafter, a second resolution was convened in which the judge asked the conference to decide, it is hereby resolved whether in the event which have happened, it is in the best interest of the charity to affirm the election of Mr. Safdar Jafar as the president of the charity. So the judge wanted to give the option to the community. 1, do you need another election? And 2, do you want to reaffirm my candidacy or otherwise? And thereafter, a vote was held. And the results, as you can see, suggested that the community decided to move forward. We genuinely felt at that point in time that we had, alhamdulillah, now reached the stage where this community could continue and move forward. However, unfortunately, that did not transpire. And thereafter, on the 7th July 2021, after the conference, the claimant adjusted the requirements considering the fact that the ExCo 10 months were over, and that matter no more was debatable as we had moved into the permanent term, which is the 3-year term. And the claimant sought the following relief: a declaration that the election held on the 31st for the post of president was void and no effect or should be disregarded. The appointment of a receiver to conduct a fresh election for the post of president of the charity. Number 3, the appointment of a receiver to investigate the financial activities of the charity. Such consequential direction as may fit the court. This order, signed by Dr. Mohammed Jafar, happened on the 7th of July 2021. Thereafter, there was some light at the end of the tunnel, in the sense that there were intense activities of reconciliation between the time that Mohammed Bhai Jafar was successful in getting the order until 26 January 2022. At that point in time, we had an ExCo in Ras Al Khaimah in Dubai during the pandemic, when the doors opened and people could come, and there was good discussion, and many elders of our community, some of you are involved, including the entire regional presidents and a lot of hard work that was done, we felt that there was light at the end of the tunnel, and we had achieved consensus on the way forward. And we also received an encouraging letter at that point in time from the lawyers of Mohammad Bhai Jafar, where we felt that probably we are moving in the right direction. I'm sorry, I have my slides have got mixed up a little. It's going the other way around. Shahid, I don't know why both ways it's moving up. It should be going back. Correct. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So as you can see, and I won't read this later, suffice to say that there were fundamental areas where we felt we could get consensus. Number one, Mohammad Bhai wanted to make sure that the charity does make a public statement acknowledging that there are election irregularities occurring in connection with the presidential elections. And that was expressed as a point which we could work on. Number two is that they wanted us to make a public statement condemning vilification of all parties, because obviously during that difficult period, there was a lot of vilification happening across social media and other channels. Number three, his point was that a suitable qualified external professional firm to be brought in to investigate the charity's accounts for the last 10 years independently. Number four, to ensure that we move towards a CIA approach, which is obviously the charity incorporating the organization into more accountability and to new governance. And then until such a time that new entity assumes assets, he felt that the strategic subcommittee, the PSS, should be consulted by the office bearers on a periodic basis, at least every 2 months. We were very encouraged by this letter. It was following up from what we had agreed in Ras Al Khaimah as far as the principles are concerned. Principles. So immediately, and I don't have this here, but it is in the appendix of my presentation, that we sent a letter to Mohammad Bhai Jafar, confirming that we are very happy with what has happened and that the party should sort this out, and we need to now work on the details of each of these points so that it is clear that we can move forward, because it, as he said, devil is always in the detail. So that process started in January. We were not successful. Now, knowing that the court case was already to be scheduled 2022 in April-May time, we were not far from the court case last year. And the office bearers, as per the legal advice, had to convene an extraordinary ExCo so that certain resolutions that were required to support us in the court case as we defend the organization was needed. And in those difficult days of pandemic, we were thankful to the Islam Jamaat Africa Federation and the Islam Jamaat for hosting us for the extraordinary ExCo that took place, in which various resolutions were passed. But at the same time, the House felt that there was a need to put together a task force, a mediation task force, that would look into bringing the two parties closer to each other. The task force included Dr. Ahmed Hassam, included Habib Bhai Megji, included Sabir Bhai Lakha, and it also included Amin Bhai Nasser. Initially, our treasurers were also incorporated, but later it was realized that because they were a party to it, they should not be part of that task force. The mediation team worked very hard to ensure that there is convergence, and they were in touch with Mohammad Bhai Jafar and ourselves. And their report that was shared with you, the conference, in fact, the Executive Council, my apologies, in June when we met in Harefield. And I won't go into the details of the mediation task force. Suffice to say that on, again, with apologies, Shahid, I don't know why clicking left is taking me on the right. I should be able to go backwards as well. The moment is whether I click right or left, it's just taking me backwards. Yes. The mediation task force provided a proposal to both of us, but it was on a non-prejudiced basis. And because we are relaying this live, we are not going to disclose that, but later on we may have to go offline in light with legal advice. Suffice to say that when we received this proposal from the mediation committee, after discussions, we felt encouraged that we could move forward with what they had proposed.
Unfortunately, the term of the mandate of the task force completed in December 2022, and there was no progress that we could reach to reconcile. And we were obviously waiting for the report of the mediation task force that came quite a bit late, 6 months late, but nevertheless, it came on 9th of June 2023. Having said that, our efforts to reconcile did not stop there. I have always maintained on behalf of myself and the office bearer that our doors to reconciliation open till the day we go to the court, because that is the sunnah of the Prophet, and that is what Amirul Mu'mineen in his wasiya and will to Mama San said that that is better than sunnah acts of prayers and fasting for the whole year. However, in June 2023, when we went to London, we had an opportunity, and we were keen with the efforts made by Sabir Bai Lakha, as well as leadership of Africa Federation, Amin Bai in particular, that we should make an effort to meet Mohammed Bai Jafar face to face when he comes for the conference in London. We made an effort, all 6 of us, the office bearers and the previous ones, we went to the house of Marhum Murtaza Bai Lakha, and we had a cordial discussion with Murabi Mohammed Bai Jafar that lasted for 4 to 5 hours. We prayed together, we sat, Alhamdulillah, we had a good meeting, and we genuinely felt that we had reached conclusion and convergence to the extent that we even wrote the agreement there and then. However, Mohammed Bai Jafar did assure me that after the conference, that this matter could be resolved and would be resolved, and that he wanted to ensure that the office bearers maintain the decorum of the house and would be just and fair in the way they run the conference. We have always maintained that position, and we continue to maintain that position. And at the conference, at the end of the conference, I did go to Murabi and say that have we done justice on the chair, and were we fair with all the participants? And he concluded that absolutely, you're doing the right thing, and we will make sure this matter comes to a conclusion. Nevertheless, nothing happened. And on the 30th of June, our treasurer unfortunately had to resign for reasons that he knows better, but in his communication to the Executive Council, you have seen the reasons. One of the key, and the key being the fact that because of the litigation, he could not continue his professional duties and unfortunately had to vacate his seat, but is still part of the court case. After 9th June, after the report of the 9th June, and obviously I won't go to the report of the mediation task force, and you can read that for yourselves. The office bearers felt that after meeting him and spending so many hours in the house of Marhum Murabi Murtaza Bai Lakha, may Allah raise his soul in Jawari Rahmah, a man of high repute. And we felt encouraged, but after a couple of months, there was no movement. And we felt at that point in time that what we felt was an appropriate open offer, not non-prejudice, which we cannot share. We can share this in public, which is an open offer through our lawyers to Murabi Mohammed Bai Jafar on the 11th of September. And I would like to share that offer with you so that you can see the progression and the effort that we have made to try and reconcile on those fundamental points that were raised earlier. Number one, that the charity acknowledges procedure oversights during the 2020 election process, in particular, the change in the election days from 3 to 2 days. Whilst the conference has endorsed the election results, for this reason, the charity recognizes the importance of effective scrutiny to the charity's processes, including the SOP pertaining to the election of the president. The conference has adopted revisions to the SOP, which we will apply to the next election of the president. The Constitution will continue to be reviewed by the Constitutional Review Committee with the objective that robustness is built into the process. We also included the statement that he wanted that the charity condemns the vilification of any member of our global community, including those who raise objections of the conduct of the elections. Both those requests we tried our best to fulfill. The next point was that he wanted independent audit. They wanted an independent auditor, external firm, to come and investigate the affairs of the organization of the last 10 years. That is before our term. That is the term of Murabi Dr. Asghar Mauladina and Anwar Bai Dharamsi's 3 years. So we pledged that the first or the fifth defendant will, as soon as practical, obtain a fee proposal from TIA, which was the firm we felt was a good forensic firm based on the advice we received from a treasury. to undertake the work defined in a clear appendix where we provided the extensive scope of the audit, because how long is the piece of string? You need to define a scope, otherwise the costs become endless. And if you're opening discussions of 10 years, this could mean hundreds of thousands of pounds. And we are a charity with limited resources, so we have had to define it, but to provide the scope to Mohammed Jafar to come back and provide feedback. The claimant and the first to the fifth debate may at any time agree in writing to vary the scope. So we even gave the opportunity to be able to vary the scope of the work. The third point, which was brought forth, is that the first to fifth defendant, as of such in any of them, are the office bearer of the charity at the time when the following steps fall and perform, will submit a fee proposal, the ExCo will approve the fee proposal, and then we will submit the work and they will report back to the ExCo. So pretty comprehensive review of, there's nothing to hide as an organization. We are also carrying our fiduciary duty as new office bearers to make sure that we understand the issues so we can address them in future. So it was something that was perfectly acceptable by the trustees. Then the point of CIO, where he insisted that we should be incorporating ourselves, we gave the commitment that we have already started the journey back in Birmingham in 2018, and we undertake that we'll do our best to complete that. Keep in mind that our CIO application was blocked by the Charities Commission simply because of the ongoing court case, where the Charities Commission felt that they cannot make any decisions until the litigation is over. So because of that, unfortunately, there has been a delay and we are unable to do anything till after the court case. But we were willing to offer that to Mohammed Jafar. And last but not least, he was very keen that as the 6 presidents of the different regions, they are the stakeholders of the organization, which he kept insisting we pledged the first to the fifth defendants, because that obviously requires a constitutional conference if they need to be made trustees. We said we will offer to meet the presidents no less frequently than every 2 months until the expiry of our term. So we were very happy to sit with the 6 regional presidents to discuss the affairs of the charity until the end of our term or until the conference is convened. So this is the offer that we provided to Mohammed Jafar. Then there was an issue of the cost, the cost of the trial. Now, we are very clear about the cost, because as far as the cost of the charity is concerned, right at the beginning, it is our understanding that as per the order by Justice Smith in the S115 that was approved, where he could go for the proceedings against us, he granted it on condition that the claimant pays his own legal costs. And Mohsin Bhai Kanji, who in his witness statement is supporting the claim that is stated. So we were of the impression that cost is not going to be an issue and the charity would be unable to afford the cost for that matter. However, our lawyer did not want to completely close this chapter if there were any permutations around supporting charities and so on in benevolent cause. So he said both parties are aware of the cost and are very substantial. And you'll be aware that Mr. Kanji's witness statement 15 October made in support of your claims application for permission to bring his claim stated that he is bearing his own cost and does not intend to seek to recover them from the funds of the charity in any circumstances. The only question will therefore be the extent of our client's recovery of costs for your clients. So that's why they propose to defer the cost matter until we have resolved the other matters. So this is our open offer that we provided Murabi Mohammed Jafar. Now, to summarize, because I'm cognizant we need to move forward from here. January 2021, the claim order was sought. May 2021, the conference decided that we should move forward as a community. And bear in mind, with all respect, the Africa Federation for 10 months felt that until they get clarity on the position, they would not attend ExCos. And we know that and we respect it in that context. Now the conference took place and we are working in absolute harmony with all the regions. In December 2021, the Ras Al Khaimah intense reconciliation efforts happened. And we felt genuinely, both parties, that we had reached an agreement. February 22, the Dar es Salaam ExCo I talked about. December 2022, the Reconciliation Committee's efforts. June 2023, the report of the Reconciliation Committee. September, our open effort, offer to the claimant. And then the situation that unfolded over the last month in October was interesting. That I visited Kampala together with the Secretary General at the invitation of Africa Federation to attend the Supreme Council meeting. And in my speech, I appealed to the leadership of Africa that, look, we are going to the court within a month, a few weeks' time, and every effort should be made to see if there's any last effort that we could see if we can reconcile. There were intense discussions after that, which I will, at this point in time, before I ask Shahid to effectively go offline, because we have got legal advice that when an offer is received on a non-prejudiced basis, it can only be shared with the Executive Council and not with the wider public watching the viewers outside. So at this point in time, I'm just trying to summarize the situation that significant efforts were made post-Kampala to try and get a reconciliation over the last 4 weeks. And I need to brief the Executive Council about that very shortly. But before I do that, I also wanted to explain that the way things stand, we are heading to the court on the 11th or on the 20th of November, unless any agreement can be reached in the next 1 week effectively, which looks very, very difficult, if not impossible. However, it is only appropriate that at this point in time that I suggest the media team to go offline. I hope our international viewers or global viewers will appreciate the sensitivities of this matter, because we now need to talk to the Executive Council with utmost openness in light of the legal case. So I will allow for a brief transition here, if that's okay.
Okay, so bear with us for a moment. I'm asking the IT team to switch it off. I will also at this point, at this juncture, say that only councillors can attend this meeting. That also means that no photographies, no screenshots, no recordings. So I will at this point say that only councillors remain in the meeting. Anyone who is not councillor or privy to the case must leave. So any observers, anyone else, please, if we can get at the same time.